Hey, so, I'm gonna try something slightly unusual here. This is the script for What's the Deal with Udyr, or rather, this will be the script for What's the Deal with Udyr. And partly as a way to motivate myself, and also just because, I don't know, maybe this will be helpful to someone, I'm gonna record the script writing process that I use, and I'll talk through it, and explain how I do this. And maybe, I don't know, maybe the time lapse of writing the script can be useful to something else at some point. But yeah, so this is basically how I write the script for my videos. And what it begins with is, because it's the What's the Deal video, I have a format, right? Like a structure that I follow, which is like we start with an intro, then we do the lore, then we do the character design, then we do the animation, and then we do the future, which is sort of like the future lore segment. Then we do an outro, and then that's pretty much it. Now, this video is also going to be sponsored, which means well, hopefully anyway. So I do a sponsorship open, like sort of depending on which sponsor I'm working with, which like particular agency, but they sometimes want like a little 5-second opening where you say, oh, this video is sponsored by so-and-so, and blah, blah, blah. And if it's going to be sponsored, there's also a sponsorship segment, right? Like that goes usually here. They usually want it early in the video. Sometimes they don't care, in which case I'll put it like all the way down, like by the animation or something. But since they probably want it here, I'll put it there. So I'm gonna put those in heading 2, so I have my thing. And here's how I draft a script. I'll usually be listening to copyrighted music rather than the League of Legends content creator music I've got here. Okay, so when I'm trying to figure out how to write a script, like how to write, like the most terrifying thing in the world is the blank page. So it's already helpful just to put down the structures that I know what the hell I'm doing, right? The next thing I do is I pick whichever segment I have like the strongest idea of what I want to say, like what needs to go in there, and I'll just try and sort of. I'll basically just type out instructions for myself about what is this segment supposed to be about, right? So, like we do a lore summary, like we sort of summarize its lore, maybe compare old and new, probably we have to touch on Lysandra. And like her whole, like why Lysandra does the things she does, because that ties into the right, because like Lysandra burns down Udyr's village and destroys, like kills pretty much all of his people because she's probably trying to get to him because he's too powerful. And why does she do that? Well, because of, like, void shit and the lore. And that sort of ties into Udyr, because he feels the imbalance in the Freljord, and he sort of blames the Avarosans, and he might be wrong about that. So that's probably, in terms of trying to explain him as a character, that's probably a thing that's worth, like, explaining, like, what's actually haunting the Freljord. So we want to touch on the concept of the Winter's Claw, probably. Like, want to talk about, like, what the Winter's Claw are relative to the other tribes. And, like, we want to talk about what Udyr's philosophy is as a person relative to, like, what Volibear's philosophy is, because they're kind of, there's some overlap with them, especially now with the rework, that, like, it's, like, is interesting and probably worth touching on. Touch on Udyr and Sejuani's relationship. Talk about parentage in the Freljord. Because parenthood in the Freljord is not necessarily biological. It's entirely possible to be someone's parent in the Freljord, especially if you're a father. You can be someone's parent without being their biological father because they practice polyamory, essentially. Like, women can sometimes take multiple husbands, and husbands, like, you don't really get to give a shit, like, which husband's particular genetic material formed the basis for a pregnancy. Touch on Lee Sin and Ionia. Actually, that probably needs to be its own segment. That probably needs to be its own sub-segment. Because Udyr and Lee Sin, like, it's very heavily hinted that they are more than friends, but it's only hinted. So it's probably worth having, like, a quick segment on that and sort of try and head off the complainers at the pass, right? Like, the people think, oh my god, like, why can't two guys just be friends anymore? What if they'll always have, like, those people who, like, always, every single goddamn time without fail. It's like, it's Pavlovian reflex. You can just trigger them, like, to show up on a dime. So it's probably worth having a little segment where you sort of touch on that and say, like, no, it's not that they can't possibly be friends. It's about trying to recognize, like, the subtext of the story. Yeah, dumbasses. Anyway, sponsorship segment, that's sort of up to the sponsor what they want to be said there. Character design. Should probably touch on... Well, yeah, compare old and new, obviously. Like, maybe a... Maybe like a mini analysis of the old design as a starting point for heading into, like, assessing. Because again, like Udyr, like Akali, I should probably do that comparison. He's a lore progression rework. Like, he's like, they sort of justified the update by saying, oh, this is Udyr, sort of be progressing him forward in the timeline kind of thing. Not 100% like Akali, but... So you have to talk about who he is before and who he is after. And so what do we want to touch on about his design? Dad bod. Or rather, dad bod in quotation marks. It's not really a dad bod. Dad bod, it's more of a... It's a competition strongman / powerlifter bod. Like, that's not... Dad bod means soft and, like, not jacked. And Udyr is jacked as hell. So it's like, eh. Talk about body hair. Probably worth doing that as a design feature. Because, like, League of Legends champions tend to be very hairless. Like, as a rule, they tend to be very hairless. Like, there's not a lot of body hair in the game. Like, especially, like, fucking... I'm gonna complain about Set, is what I'm gonna do. Like, a character who's literally half, like, a quarter of a furry, and yet silky smooth with no body hair. Stupid. We want to talk about... Lee Sin's blindfold. Mixing of Ionia and Freljord. Yeah, discuss the shirtlessness. Because Udyr is not iceborn. So it's even more weird that he should we sort of talk about like the function of that in terms of his character design. Probably touch on the hair. I might need to talk to I might need to talk to someone else about that specifically. But like basically Udyr has dreads, or at least hair that looks a lot like dreads. And there's some, I mean, fuck, I don't know if it's my lane to get it, but that's what I need to ask my friend about. Like, ask if it's my lane to get into it. Because there is a whole, like, there is a politics, like, especially in an American context specifically, there is a politics about black hair, and the way that black hair as a aesthetic is appropriated by white people, and the way that it's punished by white supremacy and racism in the United States, which is like, it's like a whole thing, and I would want to get some people's opinion on whether it applies here, because at least my read on Udyr is not that it's meant to be, like, that the hair is really meant to be dreadlocks, so much as it's meant to be the dude just doesn't fucking shower. Like, it's more meant to be matted than dreaded, but the fucking nuances between that shit is like, I should touch on shamanistic summoning as part of Viking culture, because a lot of Udyr sort of draws on a culture of like basically what would translate as skin shifters, I think. Like not skin walkers, that's an indigenous American concept, but skin shifters in Norse mythology, which is the thing, like, you put on the skin of another creature and thus become it. Which is sort of tied into the legends of the Berserkers and stuff. Like, a lot of anachronistic nonsense, but you kind of have to talk about that through a pop culture lens. And by the way, all this talking out loud that I'm doing right now, it's not just for your benefit. I'm basically just saying out loud the thoughts that go through my head as I come up with this. Should that maybe be in the lore section as well? Or is that just character design? It's probably character design, because I need to talk about, like, the spirits he summons, and, like, the sort of the way that they're conceptualized as, like, extensions of his body. I don't know. Probably worth talking about that. Touch on the design of the individual spirits, I guess. What else on the character design? I think that's probably it. Like, maybe, maybe a brief... well, no, that's the animation segment. And for the animation segment for this video, I might want to do it differently than I have in the past. Partly because Udyr's model, as I recall, just doesn't work so great in the model viewer that I use. Might as well go check that now. Yeah, they haven't actually even updated it to the new Udyr model, so I can't use the animation model viewer that they usually do. So I'm gonna have to go with ripped animations courtesy of Chubin. So yeah, that's what do we want to do? We want to talk about his idol. Talk about, I'll have to look through his animation set, but I probably want to touch on at least a couple of attack animations. And then, what, his dance? Probably, actually his laugh. He has a fantastic laugh animation. And maybe dance animation, just to sort of get a feel for the guy. And then for the future segment, well, I've kind of with the Freljord, I've kind of already written what I would be considering like the future of it, which is like the final confrontation with the Watchers. So, point two, what to deal with, Lysandra. Yeah. And I guess we'll touch on, like, during that, yeah, expand on Udyr's role in the battle. And then... probably... yeah. Because, like, there's a lot of ways you can go with Udyr, so it's a thing of... Because I feel like the obvious places to go with Udyr specifically in terms of, like how his story developed, how his story sort of draws to a conclusion on a character arc so that he can... It's personal, right? Like, so that'll be his relationship with Sejuani and his relationship with himself. Like, a big part of Udyr's whole thing is about struggling with self-control, like struggling with control over the spirits, and what that functions as a metaphor for. Because it's not just literal, it's also like it's a thematic part of his story. And so if he's struggling with control over the spirits, like what does that metaphorically resonate with? And that'll be stuff like, I mean, addiction is an option, alcoholism, but probably more like anger issues and trauma and hyper empathy. Like, these are all, probably. Focus the section around Udyr's relationship with Sejuani, Kalkia, and the concept of home. Yeah. Sejuani, her mother, and the concept of home, like having a home, finding a home. Because that, to him, like, one of his primary traumas as a character is, like, Lysandra invades his village and destroys the whole thing and kills everyone he knows and loves. And that trauma causes him to unleash his greatest shamanistic power. And from then on, definitely, like, he begins to have a lot of trouble controlling it. So, dive into Udyr's trauma, trouble with control. Shamanistic overwhelm as manifestations of trauma, PTSD metaphor. Yeah. And then probably talk like the conclusion of a character arc for him would be to learn to control it. Oh no, wait, I think I know. Right, okay. Yeah, sure, why not use that? Okay, like, that would be, like, the ultimate expression of Udyr, like, gaining control over his wildness and anger, is if he learns to master Volibear. Like, if he literally, like, he becomes such a powerful and focused shaman that he can actually just, like, fully summon Volibear and bring a god to the battlefield. That would be... Yeah, and that should be connected to his love for Sejuani. Like, like, fatherly love, essentially, like his love for his child, as a thing that is so centering that he can move mountains around it. Yeah. Fulcrums, you know, like the fucking, is it Aristotle or Archimedes? Like the lever thing. Give me a sufficiently long lever and a solid enough place to stand, and I shall move the world. And then... Probably, like, after the Freljord is saved. It's the question of, like, whether he stays. Does he go to be with Lee Sin? Like, whether as a friend or as a lover, like, but does he get that wanderlust? Like, is he able to settle down? These are good questions. I'll have to work that out in the actual writing of the segment. And then outro. Yeah, I mean the outro. There's not much to say about that one. Just do a goddamn outro, I guess. Actually, let's have a. Let's have an in conclusion. So, like, where we summarize the conclusions about the rework. Yay or nay. Summarize critiques. Restate thesis. Whatever the thesis turns out to be, you want to restate it at the end. Like, sort of like, this was the thesis we started with, and now here's the conclusions we've come to. It's just essay writing, you know, like you learned in school. It says findings. Let's actually jot some of that down right now. Yeah, like that. I think that's probably one of the big critiques of like most of the reworks that Riot has been putting out. Is like none of them are really like radical reimaginings, so much as they're just kind of bringing what the champion is into line with what they should have been for a while. Like, we're not getting any more Trundles or Gallios. I really don't think so. Like, when Riot reworks things now, like Mundo, like Fiddlesticks, like Udyr, it seems to just be like, just bring them up to speed so that they make any goddamn sense in the current state of the game. Because Udyr was an embarrassment, and now he's not. Yeah, that'll probably be the criticism. Good front. On the good front, he's competently executed. Like, he's very simple, but there's that depth to his character expressed in there. He's a natural supporting character. Udyr's not like, his rework really makes him not a hero in and of himself. Like, he's not really sort of the main character of any of his storylines. He's like a supporting character. For better and worse. Yeah. Okay. And so now that's taken me, 25 minutes. And at this point, I've sort of, like, sketched out my initial idea of what this script is going to be. And from there, we can start expanding on all of those things. Like I need to come up with the intro, the alliteration for it, and then we can start sort of expanding on each of these things and like bring out the points that I want to make. And usually when I do that, I do write chronologically. Like I do start with the intro because then it's easier to sort of build from each section to the next one. But that's gonna have to be continue. I'm gonna continue recording this tomorrow because it is 7 a.m. now and I haven't slept, and I really should. My sleep schedule is off. Okay, it's the next night, and I'm back to script writing, and just picking up where we left off. And one thing I should say is like, by the time I'm writing a script, that's because the research phase is already like essentially over. I'll go back and confirm some things, but the research phase is already over. Like I've already been thinking about this for weeks or months, and I've already sort of half composed sections of the script or points I want to touch on in my head for like ages. So it's like I'm not like sitting down and then like this is like the first time I'm even thinking about what to say in a script like this. It's more of a like the research phase is essentially over at this point, and now it just comes down to finding some way to formulate the nonsense that's in my head, which is all very messy, into, you know, a set of words with a structure, which is why we have the structure of the video. I really find, at least in terms of the way that I write, that without this kind of structure, I can't produce a script that makes any goddamn sense. Like it becomes as much of a stream of consciousness as a Vsauce video, but without but even like Vsauce videos are very carefully structured actually, but it just becomes a stream of consciousness that doesn't make a lot of sense and never really reaches an interesting conclusion. It's just a bunch of disconnected thoughts. Anyway, hello. I could actually, yeah. I could do it in Danish. Hello, Hilde Hamskifter. My name is TB Sky. Yeah, something like that. Just because I'm gonna bring up skin changers later. And League of Legends has a lot of League of Legends with the benefit. But some have not. That needs a period. Then. Okay, hang on. There are characters in League of Legends that would feel cheap in a mid-budget PS2 game. There are champions for whom the totality of their lore and story development is their exist or whatever, I don't know. They exist, I guess. Let's see, how much money did League of Legends make last year? Let's see. Okay, well, yeah, Wild Rift alone generated $36 million. Let's see. It's hard to get an exact read on how much money League of Legends made, but like in 2015... Let's see. I'm just kind of Googling it around here. This stat says 1.63 billion, which is actually down from 2020, but it's up from 2019, so that's probably pandemic money. So this is one thing I do need to sort of research a little bit. Because I wasn't planning to bring that up, but it's a relevant point, actually. So, yeah, League of Legends has like 100 million monthly active users right now. Like, yeah. The trouble is, like, it's really hard to figure out exactly how much money League of Legends makes relative to, like, what Riot Games as a company makes. At least Statista. Yeah, Statista at least claims that, like, an assessment that they make something like one. It's a lol, spelling correction. I always get the double consonants and embarrassment wrong. It's not embarrassment, it's embarrassment. Double R's, double S. Yeah, let's probably just keep it in. Like, mentioning embarrassment twice is maybe a bit much, but that's fine, probably. Yeah. What are we doing? What are we doing? Now, I do stress. Updating. Now, I probably don't want to see. I do want to stress. Creating visual updates making is not merely a matter of money. Training developers, churn. Training developers, churn, recruitment. Argument. Management, it's a lot. Moving pieces. Riot couldn't even if they wanted to. Simply wave the money wand today. However, over the past 10 years, Riot certainly could have chosen to invest its resources and organizational capacity in creating a workflow and creating a production model that prioritizes doing proper maintenance on their shit. And this is a problem. This is okay, I can't go off too long on this tangent because it needs to be just the intro. On the other hand, I kind of want to get it out of the way because, like, I have a very long rant about Riot and how they approach maintenance, which is to say they fucking don't. That probably needs to be another video at some point, but I'll vomit some of it out here just to get it out of my system so it doesn't distract me later. This is a problem that exists well beyond the maintenance. Developer blog. Ryan? Then absolutely. No, that's too strong. Reasonable. And sight and fear. And terror. Good. Fine. Fuck. Got it out of my system. There. Like, got that out. Because, like, fucking Legends of Runeterra, man. Like, just what Riot... I've seen Riot wind down the structural support for projects before. And the way they're doing it for Legends of Runeterra right now makes me feel like fuck. Like they're gonna strangle that game to death slowly, and the engagement numbers are gonna drop. And the more they drop, the more they justify pulling resources, and then eventually they're just gonna kill it. Like they're just gonna strangle it to death, and then go, "Oh, it couldn't sustain itself while we were strangling it of resources." So yeah, this. Anyway, So this is a problem that exists well beyond their champion updates, by the way. Their maintenance of projects like the Universe lore site, interactive map, their developer blogs, Riot Nexus, the leak display wallpaper app. Riot's history is an absolutely monstrous graveyard of projects they launched with great fanfare and then lost all interest in doing maintenance on when it wasn't exciting and didn't generate hashtag engagement anymore. With recent developments, I fear even Legends of Runeterra. I fear even, not rather even fear. I fear even Legends of Runeterra, maybe. Maybe going that way. With recent developments, I fear even Legends of Runeterra maybe going that way. On the champion. But thus we have Corki, Choga, Cillian, and well, these who playable in the game, despite their quality being in the comparative toilet. Riot hates doing yeah, that's a transition. Riot Games, the Incorporated, hates doing maintenance. Transition that into talking about yeah. When they do it, though, when the resource. There are artist animators that can do a hell of a good job at. When they do it, though, they can be convinced to spend the resources. Their artists, animators, writers, editors, and programmers can do a hell of a good job at it. Udyr. What the fuck was Udyr's title before? Was it Udyr the Spirit Walker? That's still his title, right? Yes, it was. And Udyr... I don't need to consult my fucking memory. He was one of the original 40, right? Or did he come out, like, slightly after? Where's Udyr? No, he's not one of the original 40. He is a later... He was from December of 2009. Okay. Spirit wasn't... The game. Right. And sorry for the break in the recording there. I had to go to the bathroom, and I figured there was no reason to let it run while I was doing that, so the music has changed. Where the fuck was I? Would Spirit wasn't the Spirit champions out of the game. Oh, right. In his development, he never really changed that much. Is it 13 years? Almost 13 years. He has jogged around the rift for nigh on 13 years. Now Flash Bear. The jungle in. Right. What's a few? To me. Him as well. Okay. Dating this year. Yeah. Here. He fine. Yes. Okay. How well did it work? Let's see how well. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Hilda Hamskifter. My name is TB Skyn, and League of Legends, with the benefit of over a decade of development, has a lot of rather old champions on its roster. Many of those champions have been updated and maintained through the years, receiving visual and lore updates that have kept them current, or at least prevented them from becoming embarrassing, but some have not. One of my long-time complaints with Riot is that they have a long policy. They have a long policy. They have long had, I think, is probably had a policy of prioritizing adding new characters to the game over maintaining the roster that they already the roster they have already created, the roster they already have. It's a decision that makes perfect sense on the business side, I'm sure. I'm sure it makes the line go up somewhere. I'm sure it's correct for #engagement TM. But as an artistic decision, as a decision for the quality and maintenance of the game, it's just wrong. I don't really know how to say it with more nuance than that. There are characters in League of Legends that would feel cheap in a mid-budget PS2 games. There are champions for whom the totality of their lore and story is, I guess they exist. In a game with as many as 180 million monthly active users, a game that brings out in around $1.5 billion in revenue every year, this is an embarrassment. Yeah, probably not like. This is an embarrassment. Like, the way I originally envisioned that, this is like it's an embarrassment. Like, that's sort of what I wanted to deliver, but I think probably keeping it from being so, yeah. Now, creating visual updates, making new champions, and doing development work for League of Legends is not merely a matter of money. Training developers, churn, recruitment, project management, it's a lot of moving pieces. Riot couldn't, even if they wanted to, simply wave the money wand today and have 10 visual updates out by July. However, over the past 10 years, Riot certainly could have chosen to invest its resources and organizational capacity in creating a production model that prioritizes doing proper maintenance on their shit. And the fact they haven't is an embarrassment. Means that, like, again, getting the fucking consonants wrong. Thank you, Google autocorrect. Like, Riot coasted for years on their, we're just company who were building the plane while flying it. Building the plane while flying it, oh. Riot has coasted. Is an embarrassment. Riot coasted for years on their. We're just a small indie company that got real big. Real big. Oh, we're building the plane while flying it. Oh. Origin story citing tech. Deb then. And knowing of problems as reasons for them. I mean, fuck the English, British, fuck off. The maintenance, and while those problems are undoubtedly real, and while those problems are undoubtedly real, and again, not merely only want after they have had to address them and so now the criticism is fair game. And no one. Hang on. Riot coasted for years on their. We're just a small indie company that got real big. Oh, we're building the plane while we're flying it. Oh, Origin story citing tech debt and no end of complicated back-end problems as reasons for their lackluster maintenance and difficult. And while those problems are undoubtedly real, and again, not merely a matter of waving the money wand, they have had over a decade to address them at this point. You've had over... So I am perfectly... to resolve them an organizational failure. No, that's too long. Like, at some... excuse simply doesn't fly anymore. Well, Riot money that if they had won ties it, they could by now have had the had enough money for enough years that if they had wanted to prioritize it, they could by now have had the entire roster updated. Gotcha. The fact that they chosen not to prioritize this maintenance is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. These characters in this game alone, like these new releases, is embarrassing. And then, like this, these being popping up, will pop up the very old champions, and then, like, the really new releases. You prioritize this kind of... is embarrassing. These characters in this game, alongside those... These characters in that game, alongside those new releases... yeah, that's sort of a matter... So the reason why I'm talking out loud while I'm doing this, it's not just for the benefit of you guys. I'm not actually talking to you. This is how I write my scripts. I say them out loud to myself. I read them back to myself for two reasons. First of all, to make sure that it flows in terms of like delivering a script, because like you can write sentences and like construct paragraphs in ways that flow really nicely. That's sort of like that feel natural to say and put together, and you can write them in ways that end up being really, really halting, or like words that just don't fit together very well. And saying it out loud to yourself, like reading through the script while you're writing it, is a good way to check whether or not what you're writing will flow nicely when you say it out loud. The other reason is that when you say it out loud to yourself, that's a good way to sort of realize if you're just talking bullshit, like if the thing that you're trying to express is nonsense, or if you have some kind of a brain bug in your head that you hadn't noticed. It's kind of like the thing that programmers do when they like explain their code to a rubber duck, and that sort of helps them figure out where the errors in their process is. Same thing, like if you say it out loud and you hear yourself saying it out loud, at least for me, it sort of helps me reset my brain a little bit, and like whatever blind spots have been haunting me, it tends to clarify a lot of them anyway. Now, creating visual updates, making new champions, and doing development work for League of Legends is not merely a matter of money. Training developers, Training developers, churn, recruitment, project management. There are a lot of moving beyond the odd. That probably needs to be a period then. Training developers, churn, recruitment, project management. It's a lot of. Should be. Yeah. There are a lot of moving pieces beyond the obvious. Riot couldn't, even if they wanted to, simply wave the money wand today and have 10 visual updates out by July. However, over the past 10 years, Riot certainly could have chosen to invest its resources and organizational capacity in creating a production model that prioritizes doing proper maintenance on their shit. At some point, we're just a small indie company that got big too fast. Look at all this tech debt. Excuse simply doesn't fly anymore. Riot has had enough money for enough years that if they wanted to prioritize it, they could, by now, have had the entire roster updated and up to quality. The fact that they have chosen not to prioritize this kind of maintenance, I think, is embarrassing. Embarrassing. The fact that they talk such a putting players first. Well, players first, but that's really nah, that's probably too far. Yeah, that's a grievance I have with Riot, but that's probably and evermore. Riot has prioritized shoving ever flashier, ever newer champions into the game with ever more complicated passives and ever more thinly developed backstories. Am I going to take a shot at Seraphine here? I think I probably am, because her backstory really was like it was full of good ideas, but it was shoddy as shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm taking a shot at Seraphine. Passives and... Riot has prioritized shoving ever more, ever flashier, ever newer champions into the game with ever more complicated passives and ever more thinly... Backstory. Story is all in the... Probably, rather than saying hashtag engagement TM, I'm probably just going to flash it up on screen. Oh, name of chasing. Man, I don't think that's an unfair criticism. Unfair or unknown. Unnuanced is a real word. Fuck you. It's not a real word. I'm making it a real word. I'm just going to put a hyphen in there. Fuck you. There we go. This is a problem that goes well beyond their champion. Yeah, goes well beyond, rather. This is a problem that goes well beyond their champion updates, by the way. Their maintenance of projects like the Universe Lore site, the interactive map, the developer blogs, Riot Nexus, the League Displays wallpaper app, Riot's history... Paper app. It really is telling. It is a pattern. Riot's history is an absolutely monstrous graveyard. Projects launched with fanfare and then... Yeah. Riot's history is an absolutely monstrous graveyard of projects launched with fanfare and abandoned when the shine wore off. With the recent developments, I fear even Legends of Runeterra may be going that way. Thus, we have champions like Corki, Cho'Gath, Cillian, and the rest of the oldies who remain playable and purchasable in the game, despite their quality being in the comparative toilet next to 90% of the rest of the game's roster. Riot Games Incorporated hates doing maintenance. When they do it, though... We need that double. When they do it, though, when they can be convinced to spend the resources, their artists, animators, writers, editors, and programmers can do a hell of a job at it. Yeah, probably drop the voice at that one. Like when they do it, though, when they can be convinced to spend the resources, their artists, animators, writers, editors, and programmers can do a hell of a good job at it. Yeah, start high, go low. That's one of the things, like, pay attention to my script reading. If you pay attention to the way that I read lines, I'll often do that. I'll start low and end high, or I'll start high and end low. Like, when they do it, they can do a hell of a good job at it. It's one of my little foibles. If you pay attention to it, you can never unhear it. Let's see. Udyr, the Spirit Walker, was one of the very earliest champions added to the game. A peculiar mishmash of wandering Asian monk. And a Viking berserker / shaman with a polygon count somewhere in the... Udyr the Spirit Walker was one of the very earliest champions added to the game, a peculiar mishmash of a wandering Asian monk and a Viking berserker shaman, with a polygon count somewhere on the generous side of a Warcraft 3 unit. He has jogged around the Rift for nigh on 13 years now, Flash Bear slapping his way through the jungle and in and out of the meta, without Riot ever paying much attention to his story or his development. At least, until a few years ago, when a major push to develop the Freljord started throwing crumbs of development off to him as well, and culminating this year when he finally got a desperately needed update. Let's see how well it worked out. There we go. Cool. And now, oh god, now I need to go looking for his old lore. That used to be easy. That used to be right on, like, I had it, but I didn't fucking... That used to be right on the, fucking, like, the League of Legends, wiki. But now it's not anymore, because they've changed so much of the formatting, so a whole bunch of, like, the history of the character has gotten lost. It used to be under patch history, and now it's like... It's supposed to be somewhere under his character, but like outdated lore just pops up fucking nothing. I need his old bio. It's like, all we have is this, right? Okay, which means we now need to go to the Leaguepedia. There we go. How the fuck does the fucking Leaguepedia of all things, like lol.fandom, how does that have a better archive of old lore than the fucking actual proper wiki? Ugh. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. So now we need the lore summary. And I'm kind of thinking, like, where do I want to put his old lore? Yeah, think. Let's just put you in a thing. Like... indent your ass. There. Just keep that separate from the other thing. Yeah, Udyr is a continuity update. He is a continuity update. His. Update is not remaking. Character, but bringing... Sign has been. Time. Ready into a new story as a past time. Like, this is the same. Probably, and for my money, it is probably. Something like Galio. In part. But Riot has become or it's due to the entirely pretty means who feel that. Udyr is a continuity project. His visual update is not remaking the character, but essentially bringing him forwards in time. His original form, his original design, has been incorporated into the new story as a past time in his life. This is the same approach that Riot took to updating Akali, and for my money, it is probably the right move for the guy. Champions like Galio have received much more radical reimaginings, in part because their original forms simply didn't fit in the story of League of Legends anymore. Champions like Galio have received much more radical reimaginings, in part because their original form simply didn't fit in the story of League of Legends anymore, but Riot has become gun-shy about doing these radical reworks due to the entirely predictable backlash from dedicated champion mains who feel that the character that they fell in love with is in some way being with them. And fair enough, I guess. Although, for my money, again, Brave and Fort should all make the radical change. Money League. Questions of the Galio, his mains. His ill mains have. The form, but it was the right move. No. That's too much. Too much complaining. I've already done my complaining about Riot's maintenance. I probably shouldn't grind any more axes in the lore segment. Let's just stick to this. So, once upon the olden times, was a character all about his anger. He was a boy. Spirit. Boy born inspired with spirit walker, which is a kind of shaman. They feel the spirit. A man can, with them, even take on. Power, but when the is the more sense to okay, is that too long of a sentence? They feel the spirits of animals and nature around them and can commune with them, even take on their form and power. But the more powerful a spirit walker is, the more sensitive they are to the whims of nature, the more vulnerable they also are to being overwhelmed by it. Udyr is a powerful spirit, and thus a tremendous. So in his old lore, he was a turbocharged feral raging wilderness. region. And his narrative, thin as it was, read largely as it was hot like simply for learning to for your anger, for anger, choose or anger. Another this is a thread that's it's update but deepen. Yeah. I was just rereading his old lore, looking for an angle here. As his lore's developed, more depth was like some anger, but sin who homeland because and because years is but in later. Deep. Experience C. who would be? That consistent, yeah. Originally, Udyr was merely overwhelmed by the spirit of his own land because they're fierce. But in later revisions of the story, his lack of control stems from deeply traumatic experiences, seeing Lysandro's There's two order. Tribe, the Tron. And the trauma. A bit. From only pain at the intrude. Crying out in fear. Fear of the void. From which he only returns to the Frailty Up because he feels this crying out in terror of the void. Terror, rather. A very late addition. Or concept. When did Udyr universe? What the fuck was it called? For the Fallen something. One thing I really resent about the League of Legends universe is that they don't put fucking dates on their goddamn stories. So you have to Google like surrender at 20 in order to find out when the fuck they add things to the website, because surrender at 20 has some It's from 2019, is it? God, yeah, it's 4 years ago. Jesus. February 19th, 2019. Edition. It's in 2000. What is this? Sichuanian. Into a Sichuanian. Udyr. Just to Sejuani, you need to bring up the mother. Udyr turns out was a lover of Sejuani's mother Kal. Yeah, and thus he takes Sejuani. Now we don't father, but it also doesn't really matter. Because figure out father. It is. So, Ash had molten. And Udyr. Us both. Genetic relationship. Yeah. Tista only. Ronnie. Udyr. Let's see. And his story hasn't changed. Right, okay. Ah, hell. I just closed the tab I shouldn't have. Go away. Not you. Not you, but that one. Need that one. Okay. There. Just need to have his new lore present as reference. Hasn't changed that much. One thing new is that but these to have a spirit walk the earth. The earth who's he did not. He won. Alone eventually. Powers and there he Okay. Udyr now. Udyr. His claw when. Child in. And another gap because I took a little break. Should that be a visual joke or? Yes, the legendary. Yeah, because like I want to call him a Super Saiyan, but that doesn't fit the meter of Spirit Walker. Like he's the legendary Super Spirit. Why? I know that's the Spirit Walker's 2 words. Oh, the legendary Super Shaman. Let's see. What's Goku's speech when he goes Super Saiyan the first time? We will just grab Goku's Super Saiyan speech. There we go. I might just make that a visual joke. Like, that might be too long to spend on this nonsense, but maybe that'll just be a visual joke instead. Who knows? Actually... No. Fuck, where do I put that in? Where do I put that in? I feel like the least in an Udyr romance thing. Structurally, it's part of the lore section. I could be a little mean, a little shitty, a little bit of a bastard, a little bit of a scamp, and SEO hog, a views whore. And I think I will be. Yep. It needs to go... there. I guess it needs to go there. Like, I guess I need to tease into that and then say, baff. I'll tell you all about it after this segment from our... Like, it's like... Mostly because the sponsorship segment is definitely going to have to be within the first 10 minutes of the video. Probably. Oh, fuck. Well, I guess it depends on the sponsor. They usually want... Like, if they have a requirement, and they might, depending on which sponsor it is, they'll usually say to put it within the first 10 minutes of the video. In which case it needs to be here, because by the time I finish this, we're well past 10 minutes. Probably. So then it will have to... Okay, fuck it, I'll figure that out later. But for the moment, let's just proceed as though we're teasing into the sponsorship segment, so... Yeah. Then insert... I probably do need to tackle... yeah. Probably do need to tackle... Yeah, because... Yeah, that needs to be its own segment as well. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Hell. Okay. This script is already getting longer than I had planned it to be. It's not super long yet, it's just 7 pages, but... yeah, just a couple thousand words. It's not that bad yet. But it will be if I keep going down that road. Does that need to be a separate video? Like, could I make a separate video about it? I guess I could. What I'm thinking about, for those of you who are listening along to my rambling, there's an overlap between Udyr and Volibear in terms of how they see the Freljord, right? Like they both see the Freljord as like, this is the land of struggle, like where you have to fight to survive, and that's super important. And it's essentially a strain of paleo-conservative rhetoric. Like it's very much a sort of like with a small strain of like romanticism. In there's like this worship of the state of nature kind of thing, and sort of survival of the fittest, like sort of like very sort of evolutionary biology snake oil nonsense, which like I feel like shouldn't go unexamined about these characters. It's like that like Volibear like very explicitly represents a sort of like might makes right like really just sort of evil. Like I feel like I will call it evil, like very much a thing of like, if you're disabled, fuck you, die. If you're old and weak, fuck you, die. If you can't like kill your own food and take what you want from other people, fuck you, die. Like that kind of vibe, very much like the wildness of as this sort of ennobling, like forging power that like unleashes the potential within the individual to become the best. Like very sort of Nietzschean Übermensch bullshit, like that, like which. God, I hate that so many people don't really know what that actually means, because he didn't fucking mean that, but that's how we use it. And Udyr kind of has that same thing. Like he had, I'm just looking at his lore right now, like balance in the Freljord was based on a sense of struggle and conflict, of growth and change, where the fight to survive against an uncaring and dangerous environment lived deep in the soul of every Freljordian. Which is like, whoa, that's a little, first of all, a little ethno-nationalist. Like, it's like, wait, hang on. Just because they happen to be born on a particular patch of dirt, all of a sudden they have this inborn quality to them that sort of like is conferred by the land upon which they were. Okay, fair enough. Like, because those things are like, they're fantasy tropes, but they don't emerge from nothing. Like these are tropes and ideas that are present in contemporary political thinking. And there's nothing wrong with having them in the game. It's just one of those things that should be examined. Like, we should look at them and go, oh, okay, that's what this is. And we should, like, they shouldn't just be seen as fantasy tropes that are sort of apolitical and spring out of nowhere. They should be understood for what they are. And that's the thing of, like, do I want to tackle that fucking can of worms in this video? Or do I want to make a promise that I might not be able to keep? That's like, oh, we're going to look at that in a different video. So just stay tuned for that video that I might never make because I'm a fucking flake. Like, that's been the consistent sort of... That's been very consistent with me. It's like, if I don't do it now, everything else piles up and then I'll never get to it. But I don't want this video to be 2 million years long, also because I have a relatively limited time frame within which to finish it right now because of the sponsor deadline. So I'll sketch out some notes for it. Fuck it. Like, it's just, we'll sketch out the notes and then we'll decide what to do with it. Well, none. Yeah, okay. Hang on, wait, no, here. No, that's too much. Yeah. Okay. There. The wind. Huh? Right, the Seal Sister encounter. How the fuck do I work that? This section is already too long. Just... I have been... Something I haven't talked about much, but I've been desperately trying to make my videos a little shorter. Like, not super short or anything, just like shorter. Because, like, I feel like a lot of people sort of get put off my videos because they are... Like, if you just want to know what the fuck the deal is with Udyr, like, maybe you don't want to spend an hour and a half having to learn that, you know? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I'm just Googling some things. Yeah, it's more like... Hmm. Yeah, it's more like a kind of romantic nationalism, isn't it? That's them. Yes. Hmm. There it is. Right. I was Googling for some... terminology. Yeah. No. No, that might... God, there is a more specific... There's a correct term for the kind of politics that Udyr has, and I'm struggling to find it in my head. Because, like, I'm nearly calling him, like, an anarcho-primitivist. But that's not really what he's doing. Yeah. I guess it's more just like a sort of straight kind of primitivism, really. Which is more of an art movement than a political one, but that's such as it is. Yeah, okay. Fuck. Again, it's also too deep to get into it in this segment. Easy. Okay. With I think so. No. Udyr. Yeah. Jeez. basically. Keep in mind that the state of nature in the Freljord is one where tribes raid and kill one another for food in the winter time. And just mind that. I bring this up. That's my just. One other. Fiction, but fine. But real. Like is in primitivism. Primitive. You can hear echoes. We can in liberty. There's some Edmo. Whether and it's not full. Corporation and reflects something real. That's okay. Is this too long? I feel like maybe it's too long. Okay, fuck it. Fuck it. It's not too long enough for me to want to split it off. So yeah, fair enough. Let's just move on. I'm just moving on. Shut up, I'm moving on. I keep in my head because this is complicated shit and I really want to expand on it. Not here. But I could bring up Nietzsche though, and I won't. Fine. All right. Yes, Udyr. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. 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 Christmas. Yes. Or him like him. Just a few storylines on. So. Legends or game. Sentence too long. Okay. Okay. So far, so good. I think that'll do. Oh my god, this script is going to be so fucking long. It's a little disheartening. It's a little disheartening that I can't get through an intro and a lore segment in less than 2,200 words. It's partly because there's a lot to touch on, I know, but it's also just there's something wrong with me as a person. I want to be able to make shorter videos more frequently. Okay. Lee Sin and Udyr. How do we tackle that specifically? These. And this is something I can just copy paste because I've wrote a list of this a long time ago. Maybe Vine Echo doesn't count because that's in Arcane. Yeah, let's take... In League of Legends, counting only the champions and nobody else, here is a mostly complete list of the platonic friendships and relationships. Jarvan and Garen, Jarvan and Xin Zhao. Irelia and Riven, Ashe and Sejuani, Azir and Xerath, Braum and Ashe, Ziggs and Heimerdinger, Corki, Tristana and Lulu, Draven and Swain, Fizz and Nautilus, Fiora and Garen, Galio and Lux, Jason Victor, Shane and Zed, Kennen and Shen, Master Yi and Wukong, Nico and Italy, Nunu and Willump, Quinn and Garen, Rumble and Tristana, Sivir and Talia and Nasus, Taric and Garen, Teemo and Tristana, Yasuo and Talia, Zoe and Aurelion Sol, Zeri and Echo. And then, of course, there are Yasuo, Braum, Ilaoi, Misfortune, Ahri, and arguably Pyke, who all made friends with each other, and then who all made friends with each other. Okay, in the room. King game. So if you posting in my some reaction on, no, I can't characters just be friends anymore. Yes. English. And shut it. If Run champions, like aren't champions. So if you drop your trap, that this is asinine. Into our Insort indie. Is at best non-Zenzen. Yeah. If we expand the list of champions who are platonic friends with characters who aren't champions, or characters in the lore who aren't champions who are friends with each other, champions, I could do this for hours. So if you're thinking of posting in my comment section some variation on, why can't characters just be friends anymore? Why does everything always have to be relationships? Kindly shut your trap and keep it shut. This asinine idea that queerness or queer relationships or even that romance is being forced unnaturally into either League of Legends or any media at the cost of the sanctity. Is at best nonsense, and at worst it is the impotent whining of homophobes. Bigots who are upset that the media they like dares to acknowledge the existence of anyone who's existing. It discomforts them. You don't hear me whining. I don't really care. I don't really care which you are. If you then sure, that's valid. But the facts, my friends, do not care about your feelings. Yeah. Wasn't then that have, but the facts. I don't want to use the Shapiro line. Like, it's kind of funny, but to sort of throw that back in the face of people who are like that, yeah. Then sure. You have the right to feel. No. Now, then you have the those feelings, but I... Why though? You have the right to have though. Feelings, but I don't. No, I don't even want to give them that, actually. This is confrontational, this is hostile. I am being hostile to people who come at me with those comments. I don't want to be nice. I don't want to give them an olive branch. I just want them to know that that kind of rhetoric is unwelcome and factually wrong. At worst, it is the... worse. Best. God, editing this section is going to be a chore, because I'm going to want to put all of their character models on screen when I list them out, like, one by one. Oh my god, it's going to take forever. Okay. I'm doing this to myself, though. Doing it to myself. Like an idiot. And that means this segment needs to be a full... Anyway. Who do you... Boyfriends... Question mark. Is... Question mark? Okay. Right. Okay. So. Right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There are people who... Under them. People... people, but... Tuesdays also. So, kind of no reason to bring them up. Like, okay, I can't. characters don't. Here's the way that we sometimes. Where is the norm? Just on the one hand. Fuck. God damn it. Now this is becoming the subject for another video. Also. And I kind of... oh, fuck me. Okay. Keep that in my back pocket for pride, maybe? Like, the question is, like, it is definitely appropriate to the discussion of Udyr and Lee Sin's relationship, but it's not really like, the video is what's the deal with Udyr, and it's not what's the deal with queer identity in the League of Legends universe, which, like, is a university paper that someone should definitely write, by the way, because League of Legends is one of the biggest media franchises on the planet and should probably be examined along those lines. But, yeah, no, that's making it too broad. Fuck. It was good. Like, I was writing good shit, I think. But, like, I was sort of building, I was going to talk about how, like, that's a clever little move from Riot because it allows them to pretend that there's no reason to be explicit about the queer identity of their characters, which makes it a lot easier to censor them in international territories where those identities are banned from media, which is like, oh, convenient for you guys to have this aspirational fantasy that aligns with your business goals. But that's a subject for another video. That's not for this one. God damn it. Okay. I've been joking. I'm joking about it so far, but is there actually any evidence? Well, that depends on what you are willing to admit as evidence. Let's see. I need Udyr's quotes. Audio. Blah, 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 blah. Lee Sin, where are you? Yeah. Yeah, he has those as his base form. And then he has evidence. It's Udyr. Calls Lee Sin his. Calls him my spirit. So he says that. He wears. Is this evidence of a romantic connection? This evidence. Or arty. How do you... Double consonants, goddammit. Or is it just a hearty unembarrassed? Friendship. Some people will say one, some... Other, I say it's both. It is both things. Something which deeply... the way we talk. Romance, and I'm speaking as a romantic person here. Is the idea that romance somehow opposites that one must cancel. Some people say it's the other. I say it's both. It is both of those things. Something which deeply frustrates me in the way we talk about romance in fiction. Romance, and I'm speaking as an aromantic person here, is the idea that romance and friendship are somehow opposites, that the existence of one must cancel if lover, then god damn it, they're destroyed. It's pure. Or that. Close and intimate friends, then. Cysts. But romance. They are complementary. Takes it. You can definitely more than just casual. So these close, and so and so just relationship, then you are blind. Then you are blind and you are a fool. Similarly, Similarly, if you see it as romantic love, yeah, the same to you, honestly. Romance and friendship are not opposites. They are complementary. They exist together. Udyr definitely expresses more than just casual friendship with Lee Sin. These two men are close. And so if you react to that by saying they're only friends and seeing it as romance is distorting their relationship, then you are blind and you are a fool. Similarly, if you see it as romance and you insist that these gestures can only be romantic, that it must be erotic or romantic, love, not platonic, then yeah, the same to you, honestly. And yeah, the same to you, honestly. This is clearly a very deliberate choice. Choice made by the writer. They imply very, very heavily. They tell them. They show us, and between these two, the characters, and then they refuse to confirm its nature. On the one hand, this is valid. It's valid. I think it's good. Ships that aren't media. On the other hand, this shit. On the other hand, and we cannot simply divorce this story from the wider context. Riot has a history of censoring deep. And whoa, yeah, I remember that the Riot from Nico Enix Twitter. I read that the writer of Nico, an explicitly lesbian character. Twitter. Might not want to... Again, that might be going too broad. Yeah, twist. You're in that. Burning Tides. That was in 2000 and when? 15? Yeah. Right, but markets like Russia, like China, and like the United States of America. Russia, like China, Hungary, and like the United like, oh, cool. So, corporation that they are, they love plausible deniability. To publish and profit from market. To profit from marketing themselves some pride and the values, but don't cost them any market share. So is Udyr Jib? Oh, is it? Fuck. This is probably too broad again. Like, again, this is like more for a pride video. Yeah. Pink one. She and I can. I think, or media, real relationship. Said I really Lemming. On the other hand, Washington, I can't help but wonder whether we express that kind of ambiguous affection because corporate wouldn't let the creatives be any more explicit about it. This is always the con. As with corporate art. This is all the con. It is. This is always the compromise with. Which is why, even though isn't the romance, I will call them boy. I will call lovers. It makes people, makes bigots mad, which is a good thing, y'all. Homophobes, which is just fun to do. You want it with a Z? Yeah, of course you do. It antagonizes homophobes, which is both fun, enjoyable, and ethical. But it's ambi. And that's worse. Not because they necessarily have to be, but because ambiguity allows too many people to pretend that they can't be, and that's worse. I like. This is always the compromise with corporate art. Which is why, even though I like that Udyr and Lee Sin's relationship isn't clearly defined, I will call them boyfriend. I like. You want it with one L? Yeah. Which is why, even though I like that Udyr and Lee Sin's relationship isn't clearly defined, even though I like that their intimacy and close connection isn't labeled, I will call them boyfriends. And I will call them lovers. Not because they necessarily have to be, but because ambiguity allows too many people to pretend that they can't be. And that's worse. And that is worse. At least. Anyway, you want to think of these guys as friends? Friends, go right ahead. Just don't be an asshole to them. No, I think that's probably the conclusion. Script is getting too long. It's not that it's too long yet, it's that I can feel that it will be. Okay, character design. Do I want to talk about the production history? No, I don't necessarily. I mean, I kind of want to complain that he didn't get the antlers. I fully understand why not, but no. Okay. All right. How long have I been going? Okay. Back to it again. I've got some food now. And some tea. So, I don't know. You might hear food or drinking noises at some point. I'll try and keep it out of the mic. Right. Character design. I think, yeah. That's another little thing you can pick up, like, if you haven't already, about the way I do script writing. I love the thus, which is this, like, thus, not thus, but thus. So Udyr's original design, thus, it's a linking word that gets me to the next thing I want to say, and I always think it flows nicely. It allows me to pace my delivery. Do those have a proper name? I should Google that. What are they called? They're called Geta, right? Yeah, Geta. So they're like, yeah, they're China. Originated from South China, exported to Japan. Did they have much use in Korea? Not according to Wikipedia, anyway. Yeah. Not South Asia either? Interesting. Okay, let me find Udyr's old model, actually. I should probably have that as a visual reference while I'm working. That reminds me, I need to tell my guy to... Hey, there he is. Hey, buddy. Except no, what's that called? The particular traditional like it is a gi, right? Like whether or not it's pants or is that a hakama? Yeah. Yeah. Then. That sentence is a little bit orphaned. There. Yeah. That's probably better. That's probably where that goes. If it goes there anyway. Okay. League of Legends was first published in 2009. I think it's fair to say that there was no Ionia in the game. Oh, the region existed, technically, in name, but short of a half-sketched piece of concept art, it didn't actually exist. I should probably emphasize that. It didn't actually exist in any meaningful way, except as a label to slap on a map and as a justification to put characters inspired by Asian myths and culture into the game. Udyr's original design, thus, is a cartoonish hodgepodge. His design has no Freljordian or Ionian culture to reference, and it doesn't have the polygon count to try to even attempt subtlety. He wears the bearskin cap of a stereotypical shaman or Norse berserker. He has the body of a bodybuilder, runs around in Japanese geita clogs with a band of prayer beads around his arm, and wears a gi and hakama, I think, outfit with torn and ragged sleeves because he is a wild man. The benefit. Benefit of that is clearer. It's a certain no, actually that's not even true, because it's not clear. Like, actually, kind of the opposite. Like, the design is very clear, but if you asked someone who didn't know what the fuck his deal was to try and figure out what the fuck his deal was, they'd be like, I don't know. Sound dull. New. Yeah, how does a new design differ? Well, how does it differ? It's way simpler in a lot of ways. Bathroom break. Okay. Yeah, identify some kind of barbarian armor. Good. How does the new design differ? Oh, well. Keep things even. Oh. Nowhere I come. Doesn't work. Oh, Lord. Sorry about that. No, that's maybe... it's maybe too far. Because, like, plenty of older champions especially, like, there's a lot of champions who don't look outrageous. Like Darius, for example. Like, where the big axe and, like, the shoulder guards on... and the cape are, like, the main things that identify him as, like, a... But he kind of looks normal. Let's see. I need to look at his model. Udyr. There we go. Oh well, at least that's the image I need. Ding, ding, ding. There we go. Yeah, that's useful. So not S2. So as not to. Yeah, whatever. Fuck off. Shit. Should I talk about the Legends of Runeterra design first? Maybe I should. Maybe I should talk about the Legends of Runeterra design first. Maybe that goes there, actually. Let me find it. Udyr, there you are. Let's see. Shit, I don't know if I want to talk about the Legends of Runeterra design. But on the other hand, like, the trouble with the Legends of Runeterra design is that it's actually a canonical part of his character. Like, it's actually he actually did look like this at an earlier point in his story. Well, 3 of them. Because I also want to talk about Spirit Guard. And maybe that all in combination. Maybe that's it. Like, I've already complained so much about how long this script is going to get. Yeah. Ooh. And I do want to focus on just talking about Udyr as he relates to League of Legends, specifically. And, like, in the same way, like, if I did a Vi video... Well, no, actually, I'm full of shit. I was about to say that if I did a Vi video, what's the deal with Vi, or I updated what's the deal with Jinx, I wouldn't want to talk about Arcane. I would want to talk about just the stuff that's relevant to League of Legends, except I'm full of shit. Of course I'd talk about Arcane. Of course I would. Like, at this point, there would be no way to do a video like that without talking about Arcane. You'd have to, because those depictions of the character are so... like, will fully supplant the base game's characterization of both of them. Like, I'm fully convinced of this, that, like, Riot will try and find a way to make Arcane, Jinx, and Vi canon to the main universe. Like, to merge those things together. Because Arcane is just so popular. It seems to be what they're driving at, anyway. So, So, like, I kind of have to talk about both Legends of Runeterra and Spirit Guard, don't I? Right. Okay. Let me grab the reference of Spirit Guard Udyr, what he looks like. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Character models here. Look at the character model. No, God, like, because Spirit Guard Udyr was like his only, like essentially his only good design for ages and ages. It's really kind of hard for Google to separate old and new renders of his character model. I mean, it's not hard if you just input the correct fucking search terms, like I didn't, but can I get a proper... I swear to God, someone posted a full turnaround of the goddamn Spirit Guard model a little while ago. Now I'm having trouble finding it. Oh, that's fucking annoying. Okay, well. No, not a protagonist, because that's not true. Let's see, where did I put that? There. Okay. First, though. Thing. Occasion. Yeah. Oh. And so, with my people, the Viking, there's a lot of shirtless Viking culture, but I promise you, $1,200 probably more like. No. Oh. Well, maybe except the Finns. The Finns, but they... We don't talk about the Finns. Well, maybe except the Finns, but we don't talk about the Finns. But was and is to show. Was is. on. Christian, it's a form. It's a form of propaganda. Propaganda, which survive. Clear, I'm not really. Clear, nobody is offended on behalf of the Vikings. Nobody's offended on behalf. Vikings, it's historically problematic. Not, you know. It survives in our pop culture. These tropes like these always come from somewhere. So, why is Udyr? Yes, because it has gone wild. And so the whole time.
Let's drop it.
I should probably bring up Spirit God Udyr in this context as well, because he's shirtless too. But he's still more dressed. Maybe I should just drop the angle, because it's like, it's gonna take a million years to go through the whole... Because, like... Base Udyr is... he's naked because it's meant to show, oh, he's gone wild, he's a barbarian, he's a wild man, kind of thing. Spirit Guard Udyr, on the other hand, is like, he's dressed like a monk, right? He's dressed like a monk meditating under a waterfall. Like, he's drawing on those tropes. And those people are also shirtless, but like that shirtlessness is more associated with asceticism, right? Like, it draws from those traditions, rather. But I just know that if I try to get into the subtle distinction between those things... I mean, I'm gonna have some people in the comments who are just gonna be fucking tedious about it, and I don't know if it's worth it. It's one of those things on YouTube, it's like... At this point, I'm experienced enough to know that there are some subjects that are... that require nuance in a way that is, like, really not conducive to the kind of video that I make. Like, not that it's impossible to explain, just that, like, I have been complaining about the script length for so long, right? I don't want this video to be super long, and I don't want to have, like, a whole section of the video sort of dedicated to it, like, to exploring fashion and clothing and, like, the different semiotics that are associated with that and how that plays differently in the context of, like, a Viking-inspired wild man versus... an Asian, like, sort of pan-Asian Zen Buddhist, sort of vaguely pan-Asian mystical monk character. Like, how shirtlessness plays very differently against those two archetypes. Like, oh my god, I need to find... I need to find, like, a really short way... Let's try it. Let's try. I don't want to spend the whole video talking about it because it's an interesting subject, but it's a subject for another video. Although, hang on. Yeah, fuck it. Let's try and just address it. Hang on. Spirit Guard. Udyr. 2, but clearly he's not. Well, that's because... Which is true. True. Shirtlessness doesn't just denote. Well, it's like everything else. Some culture, it is dependent on context. Spirit. That's a mixing go. Where beats his design. And draws. Okay. To sort of base Udyr. Hang on, where did I put his character model? There. And his shirt. Stood in his shirtlessness. History. Trope should be understood in that context. It's the kind, like, I want this whole thing. I just want to say different things are different. I just want to say different things are different, right? And it's because, like, it's just one of the toxic things about being a YouTuber is I anticipate so much. Like, I spend a lot of time writing these scripts anticipating. I anticipate, how could someone possibly misunderstand this, right? Like, how could they misunderstand it in good faith, and I try to correct for those, and then how could they misunderstand it in bad faith? Like, how could they decide to misunderstand, like decide to interpret the thing I say in the worst possible way, or like with the least possible amount of generosity? How could they, like, really, if they wanted just to be shitty at me, how could they contrive a reason to call me an idiot, right? And I try not to correct for those too much. Like, I try not to correct for the bad faith Like, if I know that, like, someone's gonna come up with an argument that's just gonna be tedious and stupid and like the whole argument about Lisa and Udyr, oh, why can no one be friends anymore? Which is bad faith bullshit. Like, it's factually wrong. It's something that only ever gets brought up when it's, like, 2 dudes or 2 girls or whatever, and not as often when it's 2 girls, let's be real. It's not something that gets brought up when, like, fucking Lux and Ezreal gets shipped or whatever. Like, it's bad faith. It's bullshit. And I am half tempted to not even do the section where I lay out exactly how much bullshit it is, but I want to dunk on it because it's dumb and it's satisfying to dunk on. This one over here, like the shirtlessness thing, because like in the context of like colonialism, European culture, which is how you need to read Udyr because that's what he's based on. Shirtlessness is like a wildness thing. Like it's like descending in tradition from the ancient Greeks, who had the stereotype of the naked barbarian with their silly, uncivilized language, and they're not wearing the correct kinds of clothes and like being wild and weird and freaky, and we don't like them. All the way up through like Rome, all the way up through like medieval Europe. With like the descriptions that were given of like the Vikings, these wild, crazy warriors, like decorating themselves with strange paints and animal furs and weird rituals, and like depicted often as like these naked hulking brutes. Like that lineage goes all the way up there, but that lineage doesn't go through like sort of like, at least not that I am educated enough to know for sure. It doesn't really go through Asia in the same way. Like shirtlessness and clotheslessness and like how that interacts with what it means to be, air quotes, civilized in a cultural sense. It's a different context over there, and I don't know enough about that to like speak on it, so. Because like nakedness definitely has that same association with wildness in the parts of culture that, like, if you think of, like, what's his name? Inosuke from Demon Slayer. He has that shirtlessness thing going on as well, right? Like, where, like, he's shirtless and he's wild, and he's screaming, and he even wears an animal hat on his head, like Udyr does in his old design. Like, so a lot of those same markers are there, but does he look like that because that's extant in Pan-Asian or specifically in Japanese culture, or does he look like that because there's been, like, 200 years of cultural interchange between every culture in the world, and they're starting to influence each other? I don't know. But I do know that, like, I mean, I've watched really old Japanese movies and stuff, and there, too, like, the character who's not dressed very well, like, who's, like, half undressed or, like, naked torso or whatever, as contrasted with, like, the rich, refined noble or samurai or whatever who has all of the clothing and looks very fancy, that still exists there very much as well, in seemingly the same way that it does over here. But again, I'm not familiar enough with it that I want to get into it, because I don't want to, like, confidently state something that turns out to be, like, a historical bullshit, and I want to spread misinformation if I can avoid it. But I just want to talk about the character design of one guy! Should I say Western? Yeah, I mean, I guess. So. Wait a minute. Dad bod? Dad bod? This is a dad bod? Well, I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure. Oh no. Oh no, the segment is getting longer. Oh no. No, 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 no. Do I just want to cut the animation segment? Do I just want to do that? Just fuck it. Just fuck it. Just throw it out. Who cares? It doesn't matter. I don't care about the animation. I want to make the video shorter. Hell and blast. Yeah, editorial decisions. Except, like, right now, thinking about it, I don't know how... If I shortened it, it would become incomplete. And I'm not willing to. I'm not willing to make it incomplete. I'm not willing to. I'm gonna take a break and think about it. Okay. Meant host, and this is where I... A dad bod, specific. Prime, that's the whole. Span. Udyr does not have a dad bod. Udyr goddamn power. Jim Bro. Jim Bro. Yes. Powerlifter. No, he isn't the Jim Bro body. Braum. simply has a does not make a dad bod anymore. Thick. Seriously, stop calling it. It's thick. You are driving me insane. Insane. That is not what thick means. Not what thick means. Anyway. Beers whose body is no longer. Okay. Udyr does not have a dad bod. Udyr has the finely carved physique of a goddamn champion powerlifter. No, he isn't gym bro bodybuilder shredded with 12-pack and rippling pectorals or whatever he's in Braum, but he still looks like he spends his time lifting small cars and fist-fighting bears. Simply the fact that he has a tummy does not make for a dad bod, any more than the fact that Evelyn simply has a slight curve on her hips makes her thick. Seriously, stop calling characters like this thick. You are driving me insane. That is not what thick means. Then calm down. Anyway. Some subtle and clever story. Is the B. Them. What would that be around his waist? Like this bit. It's not a corset. But... it's like a hip. Like it's around his midriff. What the fuck's the name for that? Horse. How long is the character design segment? Maybe not as long as I fear, but I don't 1,200 words. 1,300 words. That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. 1,300-ish words. That's all right. It's okay. It's all right. I haven't spiraled yet. It's okay. I need... oh, fuck, okay. I'm recording anyway right now, so I might as well do a read-through of the script. Just to try and get a rough... Hello, Hilda Hamskifta. My name is TB Skyn, and League of Legends, with the benefit of over a decade of development, has a lot of rather old champions on its roster. Many of those champions have been updated and maintained through years, receiving visual and lore updates that have kept them current, or at least prevented them from becoming embarrassing, but some have not. One of my longtime complaints with Riot is that they have long had a policy of prioritizing adding new characters to the game over maintaining the roster that they already have. It's a decision that makes perfect sense on the business side, I'm sure. I'm sure it makes the line go up somewhere. I'm sure it's correct for #engagement TM. But as an artistic decision, as a decision for the quality and maintenance of the game, it's just wrong. I don't really know how to say it with any more nuance than that. There are characters in League of Legends that would feel cheap in a mid-budget PS2 games. There are champions for whom the totality of their lore and story is, yeah, they exist, I guess. In a game with as many as 180 million monthly active users, a game that brings in around $1.5 billion in revenue every year, this is an embarrassment. Now, creating visual updates, making new champions, and doing development work for League of Legends is not merely a matter of money. Training developers, churn, recruitment, project management, there are a lot of moving pieces beyond the obvious. Riot couldn't, even if they wanted to, simply wave the money wand today and have 10 visual updates out by July. However, over the past 10 years, Riot certainly could have chosen to invest its resources and organizational capacity in creating a production model that prioritizes doing proper maintenance on their shit. At some point, we're just a small indie company that could beg too fast, ooh, look at all this tech debt excuse simply doesn't fly anymore. Riot has had enough money for enough years that if they had wanted to prioritize it, they could, by now, have had the entire roster updated and up to quality. The fact that they have chosen not to prioritize this kind of maintenance, I think it's embarrassing. Riot has prioritized shoving ever more, ever flashier, ever newer champions into the game with ever more complicated passives and ever more thinly developed backstory. Nah, that's probably not right. Complicated passives and... It's all in the name of chasing #engagement TM. And I don't think that is an unfair or unnuanced criticism to make. This is a problem that goes well beyond their champion updates, by the way. Blah, blah, blah. Maybe that paragraph doesn't need to be there. This is a problem that goes well beyond their champion updates, by the way. Their maintenance of projects like the Universe lore site, the interactive map, their developer blogs, Riot Nexus, the League Displays wallpaper app. It is a pattern. Riot's history is an absolutely monstrous graveyard of projects launched with fanfare and abandoned when the shine wore off. With recent developments, I fear even Legends of Runeterra may be going that way. Thus, we have champions like Corki, Cho'Gath, Cillian, and the rest of the oldies, who remain playable and purchasable in the game, despite their quality being in the comparative toilet next to 90% of the rest of the game's roster. Riot Games Incorporated hates doing maintenance. When they do it, though, when they can be convinced to spend the resources, their artists, animators, writers, editors, and programmers can do a hell of a good job at it. Udyr the Spirit Walker was one of the very earliest champions added to the game, a peculiar mishmash of a wandering Asian monk and a Viking berserker/shaman, with a polygon count somewhere on the generous side of a Warcraft 3 unit. He has jogged around the Rift for nigh on 13 years now, flash bear slapping his way through the jungle and in and out of the meta without Riot ever paying much attention to his story or development. At least until a few years ago, when a major push to develop the Freljord started throwing crumbs of development off to him as well, and culminating this year when we finally got a desperately needed update. Let's see how well it worked out. Then blah 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 intro. Udyr is essentially a continuity project. His visual update is not remaking the character, but essentially bringing him forwards in time. His original form, his original design has been incorporated into his new story as past time in his life. This is well, actually, that's not true, though. Let's bring that out. Like, this is the same approach Riot took to updating Akali, and for my money, it's probably the right move to go. The right way. Probably the right way to go for the guy. So, once upon the olden times, Udyr was a character all about his anger. He was a boy born as a powerful spirit walker, which is a kind of shaman. They feel the spirits and animals and nature around them and can commune with them, and even take on their form and power. But the more powerful a spirit walker is, the more sensitive they are to the whims of nature, the more powerful a spirit walker is, the more sensitive they are to the whims of nature, the more vulnerable they also are to being overwhelmed by it. Udyr is a tremendously powerful spirit walker, and thus a tremendously vulnerable one. So, in his old lore, he was essentially a turbocharged, feral, raging wilderness man, dominated by the rage and wildness of nature, and his narrative, thin as it was, read largely as an almost Hulk-like simple metaphor for learning to control your anger. As his lore was developed, especially after the introduction of his ultimate skin Spirit Guard, more depth was added to this narrative. Originally, Udyr was guided to training in Ionia by some unnamed monk who managed to calm his anger, but in later revisions that monk became Lee Sin, who would be a consistent feature in his story. Originally, Udyr was merely overwhelmed by the spirit of his homeland because they're fierce. But in later revisions of the story, his lack of control seems to stem, I should say, from deeply traumatic experiences. Lysandra is introduced as an antagonist who orders the slaughter of Udyr's tribe, and it is the rage and horror of seeing this happen that triggers Udyr's most uncontrollable outbursts. In the original lore, Udyr trains at the Hirana Monastery and simply learns to control himself a bit better. But in later revisions, his stay in Hirana becomes a deeply spiritually reshaping experience, from which he only returns to the Freljord because he feels the spirits of the land crying out in terror of the void. A very late addition to his story, teased only in 2019, is his relationship to Sejuani. Udyr, turns out, was a lover of Sejuani's mother, Kalkia, and thus he takes on the role of a father to Sejuani. Now, we don't know if he's her biological father, but it also really doesn't matter, because in the Freljord, fatherhood is not necessarily a biological relationship, but a social one. Ash had multiple fathers, all of whom was sworn to her mother, and Udyr is thus oath father of Sejuani, regardless of their genetic relationship. And his story hasn't changed much with the update. One thing that's new is that Udyr is not merely a gifted or powerful spirit walker, but the single most powerful spirit walker to ever spirit walk the earth, whose birth was heralded by a blood-red moon. He is the hope of the universe, the answer to all living things that cry out for peace, the protector of the innocent, the legendary Super Shaman. He did not merely unleash his powers in anger and trauma when the Frost Guard slaughtered his tribe. He called upon so much spiritual magic that it brought down an entire mountain on them. He wandered After the loss of his tribe, he wandered the wilderness for many years alone, eventually joining up with the Winter's Claw, who recognized his powers, and there he met Kalkia, who tried to teach him how to be among people. Udyr leaves the Winter's Claw when his uncontrollable powers almost makes him kill a child, and his fear of himself sends him back into seclusion. It is then that he meets Lee Sin. In older versions of the story, Lee Sin sort of easily deflects and dodges everything Udyr throws at him because he's a cool monk. Until Udyr is exhausted, but now, because Udyr is the Super Shaman, they have an epic battle to a mutual standstill, and Lee Sin convinces Udyr to join him on a journey back to Ionia. Let's split those sentences. Lee Sin convinces him to join him on a journey back to Ionia, during which the two of them grow close, taking time each day to spar together and to speak of the spirits. Voice line of Udyr. In Ionia, Udyr helps Lee Sin defend the Hirana Monastery from the Noxian invasion, and then trains with the monks, learning to master the spirits of Ionia and calm himself, and to resist the violent urges of savagery of the Freljord. This period of his life, by the way, is represented canonically by the Spirit Guard Udyr Ultimate Skin. Eventually, the Freljord calls to him, though, and he travels home, not called by any spiritual call from his homeland, but from an understanding that to truly master himself, he needs to do it among the spirits that he most struggles with. Lee Sin gives him one of his blindfolds to remember him by, affectionate Udyr line, and Udyr returns to the Freljord. There he rejoins the Winter's Claw, now led by his maybe daughter Sejuani, and he works his way up to becoming her trusted spiritual advisor and surrogate father. And this is where we begin to really see another new addition to Udyr as a character, his politics. Udyr believes that the Freljord is a region inherently defined by struggle, that all living things within it find their balance only in a kind of constant state of survivalism, a constant battle for existence. Thus, the goal of the Avarosans, to unite all the Freljord under a banner of peace, is to him essentially a kind of blasphemy. He believes it will kill the spirits of the Freljord, that it goes against the inborn nature of his homeland and against the inborn nature of all true Freljordians. In this perspective, he actually aligns with Volibear, who is similarly obsessed with struggle and wildness as the only valid mode of being. In Volibear's view, anyone who doesn't struggle to survive is weak and deserves death at the hands of those with a greater will to power and survival. Udyr doesn't go quite so far as that. Unlike Volibear, he doesn't revel in violence and death. He sees it more as conditions against which living things must struggle to find their worth. But like Volibear, Udyr expresses a kind of political conservative primitivism. He believes in preserving the Freljord as it is, and believes that living in close connection with a state of nature is the proper way to be Freljordian. A is probably unnecessary there. He believes that enacting radical social or societal change is a form of destabilizing evil. Never mind that the state of nature in the Freljord is one where tribes raid and kill each other for food in the winter, where entire communities starve and freeze to death on the regular, and where the infirm, the disabled, and just those who are baseline peaceful in their lifestyles are made victim by those who are powerful, who are cruel, and who are warlike. I bring this up, by the way, not as a criticism of Udyr as a character. I think it's good that League of Legends has characters whose politics I strongly disagree with, but just to point out that Udyr's politics aren't just fanciful fantasy fiction, but real politics held by real people in the real world. He reflects something real. That's part of a strength in his character. You can hear echoes of Udyr's political thinking in anarcho-primitivism, in libertarianism, and most definitely in conservatism. Whether Riot will ever actually meaningfully explore this political dimension to his character is doubtful. Riot is a liberal corporation and prefer to reduce their political themes to conflicts and disagreements between individuals. Rather than conflicts between ideologies or conflicts with systems. Salis and Lux and Dima. One Dima. Or another. This SR. No, I can just flash them up on screen to make the point, I think. Besides his politics, Udyr also has the first canonical encounter ever with the Seal Sister, a sibling god to Anivia, Owen, and Volibear, who gives him a blessing towards some as-yet unknown purpose. And he begins to feel a strange spiritual shift in the Freljord, a kind of death wail as though the land itself is being slowly killed. Udyr blames the Avarosan campaign for this, once again, but it is pretty heavily implied that what he's actually feeling is the resurgent consciousness of the void under the howling abyss, threatening to break out and consume the world once again. This mistake by him, like his encounter with the Seal Sister, feels like a setup for some future storylines. Maybe one where... or at whether these storylines are meant to be developed Legends or Riot Forge game, or whether they're being saved for the eventual MMO, is anyone's guess. Anyway, Udyr and Lee Sin are boyfriends, and I can prove it to you. Blah blah blah. After the thing, sponsorship segment, that's probably going to be like 45 seconds or whatever. Right. In League of Legends, counting only the champions and nobody else, here is a mostly complete list of the platonic friendships and relationships. Jarvan and Garen, Jarvan and Sinjao, Irelia and Riven, Ashe and Sejuani, Azir and Xerath, Braum and Ashe, Ziggs and Heimerdinger, Corki, Tristana and Lulu, Draven and Swain, Fizz and Nautilus, Fiora and Garen, Galio and Lux, Jason, Victor, Shen and Zed, Kennen and Shen, Master Yi and Wukong, Nico and Nidalee, Nuno and Willem, Quinn and Garen, Rumble and Tristana, Sivir and Talia, Talia and Nasus, Taric and Garen, Teemo and Tristana, Yasuo and Talia, Zoe and Aurelion Sol, Zeri and Echo. And then, of course, Yasuo, Braum, Lawi and Misfortune and Ahri, and Yasuo, Braum, Elias, Fortune, Ari, and arguably Pyke, who all made friends with each other and in turn then made friends with Maokai in the Ruined King game. If we expand the list of to champions who are platonic friends with characters who aren't champions, or just all the characters in the lore, I could read you this list for hours. So if you were thinking of posting in my comment section some variation on, why can't characters just be friends anymore? Why does everything always have to be... Kindly shut your trap and keep it shut. This asinine idea that queerness or queer relationships or even that romance is being forced unnaturally into either League of Legends or indeed any form of media at the cost of the sanctity of platonic friendships is at best irrational nonsense, and at worst it is the irrational, impotent whining of bigots who get mad when someone dares to bring up queerness where they can see it. Anyway, Udyr and Lee Sin are boyfriends? Question mark. I've been joking about it a little bit in the video so far, but is there actually any real evidence that their relationship is anything more than a close friendship? Well, that depends on what you're willing to accept as evidence. Udyr calls Lee Sin his most beloved and worthy opponent. He calls him my spirit. He says that Lee Sin helped him claim himself in the same way that Kalkia, his former lover, helped him blah blah blah. Probably should add that to the thing. He says that in sparring with Lee Sin, their spirits meld. He wears one of Lee Sin's blindfolds on his hand as an eternal reminder of their bond. Is this evidence of a romantic connection, or is it just a hearty, unembarrassed masculine friendship? Some people will say it's one, some people will say it's the other. I say it's both. Okay, so that's 8 up to 17, 8, so that's like 20 minutes, 25 so far. Yeah, okay. Bathroom break. Okay, back to it. I guess I just have to accept that this video is gonna be at least 45 minutes and probably a bit longer. I think I'm gonna keep this future segment short, though. Unless I get a really good idea. Please don't get a good idea. Oh, no. No, I don't want to have a good idea. I want to have it. I don't want to have any idea. I just want to say vague shit and like lay out his future storylines. I don't want I really enjoy writing the complex fan fiction for those segments, but okay. Right. That one. This is one. What about the necklaces? Do I want to comment on the necklaces? Yeah. A fairly simple man. How the hell is that incorrect? Been to some places? No! One thing that annoys me about Drive is, like, it's just the way that, like... The way that it parses language is so formal. Okay, soapbox, that's fine. Like, dad bod... did you mean dad body? No, he isn't a gym bro builder shredded. He isn't gym bro bodybuilder shredded. Like that's a compound adjective. He's gym bro bodybuilder shredded, right? But it refuses. He isn't a gym bro. Whomst be. Whomst is. Whomst be. And again, this needs to be two. And that's for the flow. Like, for the flow of what I say, he isn't gym bro bodybuilder shredded. It needs to be two words, right? Because otherwise it's bodybuilder rather than bodybuilder. And I just want to be able to write things the way I speak them, Google, without you putting little sort of condescending, I'll say pack you, condescending blue lines under everything I put down. Just correct my spelling mistakes and fuck off. This dude has been some places and seen some. And it's appropriate for him. Udyr isn't real. Main character, arguably not really a main character by me. He's dedicated to serving. And himself and how at least I think and sees himself and people. And I think but also so he enter dad. It is. Lee. Okay, the animation segment. I can't really write that. Okay, fuck. I need to write my guy. Oh, no. Okay, right. Oh, I also need to go get mad on Twitter, I see. Well, not mad, just smug and disappointed, I guess. Anyway. Dude, hey. Yo. Okay, let me see. Yeah, okay. I have messaged my guy, who is tremendously generous with his time and his efforts, and I'm very grateful that he exists. He's very helpful to a lot of League of Legends content creators. Right. Then there's the future segment. And I think I will do that. Like, I think it makes less sense with Udyr to write sort of an epic main character battle thing with him. Oh, okay. My guy is writing me. Okay, well, taking another break then. Okay, back to it. Let's see. And try to be probable or in other words, it's where I write fanfiction. In other words, it's where I might write fanfiction prompts for fun. And Udyr, well, said he is very much set up as supporting sure, which doesn't mean or arc. Is that I don't think he reads. Plot, no. Specifically the plot of the region. Art is the sisters, which laid out the first. we discussed how this. Can I get the card? Okay, cool. Hey, just got a good update in my email about a thing, which I'm excited about. Yay! Cool. Right. Corner and well, yeah, I think it's I think because it's like he has the thing with the seal sister. So what's that pointing to? I'm actually like second guessing myself about it. It's also annoying that Riot didn't give us a proper color story for him. Like, we basically just still have the old Spirit Guard. Okay. Because, like, the thing... Because, like, the Freljord is kind of balanced between the gods, right? With Avarosa primarily, like Anivia sort of primarily associated with the Avarosa, at least classically. Ornn all alone, because he doesn't have his Hearthblood anymore. Well, he does now in Legends of Runeterra. Like, sort of wanting to stay out of it, but also being, like, a primary opponent of Volibear, who's associated with the Winter's Claw. And then, like, the Void backing Lysandra. Like, it's sort of like it's a question of where the spiritual powers of the Freljord align themselves, right? But the Iron Boar and the Seal Sister, we don't really know whether they, in terms of the way that they function as gods, would align themselves with any of the tribes, like the major powers in the Freljord. Because the Seal Sister seems to be essentially like a trickster. A trickster goddess here. And I'm sort of wondering, like, how much, like, whether they're teasing thematics here. Like, he meets the Seal Sister, she asks for his help with impossible tasks that he fails, and then she, like, sort of having fun with him. Like, she pranks him multiple times, and then, like, when Udyr seems to take that all in good spirit, as it were, she blesses him. Right. But why? Like, what is it about his behavior that she blesses, and towards what end? And, like, because the Freljord revolves around the void. Like, it revolves fully around the void as its, like, or, well, more specifically, it revolves around Lyssandra's betrayal and the Three Sisters. So it's the question of, like, whether Udyr is meant to play, like, presumably he's meant to play, like, an unexpected role, right? Like, the trickster goddess has blessed him, and therefore his role in the final stand must be something tricky, like, right? Would be my thinking there, but yeah, Question though, is whether this would be the conclusion. Fine, American English it is. Jesus. The thing is, if I said it to British, it just corrects a bunch of my other spellings, and it's annoying. I'm neither. I'm European. I'm not British. I'm not American. Just let me spell shit. Jesus. I spell in pigeon, I guess. The supporting cast. Well, some. There's a. There are two major components to Udyr. Well, there's more than two, but two that are relevant at least. Let's try. Let's see if I can list them out, like, if constructed that way. The first. But Actually, do they specify how old Udyr is when Sejuani? No. Which probably ties back to... Oh, wait, actually. Yes. Yes. Okay. 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 I think I know. I think I know. I think I know. Oh, do I know? I might know. I mean, I don't know if that's what they're going for, but that's a way they could go. That would be very good. Because Udyr showed patience. Right. Yes. Yes. And in case you're wondering, yes, I do talk to myself like this when I write scripts. Yes. Okay, so... Hmm. Let's try, bro. From existing. And this I can. Wanted by more than a little survivor's guild. So how do we move that towards develop? Inclusion. Move that towards develop. Well, one way. That, probably need to emphasize that. What about that towards development and conclusion? Well, one way is to give him a perfect triumph. He fears his... Because what... At least he can... And he fears... So at the battle, Howling Abyss, when the void. True ISM. Held. His fear, his first fear, threatens to come true once again. Once again, he... To prevent that Hema come his second. Here. do. So, picture this. Okay. I think I have the setup. I think I have it. 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 I think I have the setup. I think I have it. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Okay, it needs to be structured, right? That can. I need to edit that. That needs to be phrased better. But okay, right. So picture this. Ah, God, fuck. Okay, I'm just thinking. I'm building up to the thing in my head, and like, how extra do I want to be with it? How much harder do I want to go than I need to? Like, because I could really take this up to some fucking melodrama. Fuck it, I'm writing fan fiction. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Fuck you. Okay. Yusuf. I'm coming. Mm-hmm. There. Sure. I need a list of the Freljord gods. Because it's Ornn, Volibear, Anivia, the Seal Sister, the Iron Boar, and that's it, right? Like, there's no more than that. Yeah. Besides those, there are the lesser spirits. It's like, and then the Seal Sisters. So it's Anivia, Owen, Volibear, Ilharg, Vinharg. Vinharg? Just like, Ramharg, Valhir. Yeah, this is the thing is like, God, I wish Riot had put out like a proper... Fine. We'll just take all of them. Fine. It's like, they're the major ones, but okay, I guess. Right. Apply. Mm-hmm. Ah, fuck, what's her flail called? Sejuani. Does it have a name? I can't remember. Like, I think it's just called her ice flail or whatever. Did they ever give it a name? God damn it. Wiki trivia section. Why don't you... Ugh. Okay. Man, like, the wiki really needs a lot of work still. Ever since they changed to the new format, like, a lot of old data just has not been ported over, which is a pity. If I had the time, I would probably spend a lot of time trying to fix it myself. Fuck, I need more setup. Okay, hang on. Okay, that no, that whole need a different. I need picture this. This is where I'm getting into my writer thing of like, no, I don't want to spoil it though, because like if I do the setup, then people will know where I'm going, and I want to surprise people. But no, but I do need the setup, because like that setup would all have had to have happened previously in the, and if I don't tell people what the setup is, then they can't like, I don't want to. Okay. I can do it in the moment. Will that be too clunky? It's probably too many sound metaphors. Is the language too purple? Am I doing too much purple prose? Cracks in the air like a whip and like an arrow loose from... Probably I don't need the like a whip. That's probably fine. And I should probably be her true eyes flail because we need to crack. Yeah, like an arrow loosed from a bow, the winter's claw charges, boars and wild boars. Chase. Well, let's make that an active verb. Crash. Absolutely. Listen. Right. That's too much. That's too... Like, his heart burns with pride and his veins run cold with fear. No. You see, he needs the Super Saiyan moment. Again, like, kind of needs to be described. It needs to be described visually, but if you do too much of it, it becomes cringe, you know? Gotcha. God, but there's no way to do this without getting flowery. Because it's not an action scene, it's an emotion scene. God. It's fan fiction. It's okay. It's okay if it's too much. I'm trying to reassure myself that I can be cringe. And that's okay. Jeez. No, space language does not work for Sejuani. And a raging fire doesn't either, because that's not Sejuani. Damn it, I don't want to repeat mother. Darn. Okay, fine. Fine. It doesn't need the of her is unnecessary. We know that it's of her. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, Sejuani would not retreat. Should I bring Lee into this? Do I want to? Should I bring Lee Sin into it? Shit. I should. Okay, fuck. The question is, do I need to do setup for Lee being there? Oh, hey, Discord messages. Oh, tries. Lee Sin is identified with trees. That's maybe a little bit too. Yeah. I'm too fond of using "and" to create rhythm. You know, right? He breathes, and the Freljord air surges into him, and he clenches his hand around his amulet, Kalkia's amulet, and he reaches out. Like, "and" is a really good linking word for like when you're doing the delivery, for like keeping the rhythm going, even if the sentences are maybe a little bit too long. But I shouldn't overuse them, because it becomes a little bit like, it also becomes tedious to listen to if you do it too much. They have a specific name. Freljord. Follower. It needs a fifth. It's a four. Is four? He's the heat of the forge. He is the first frost at dawn. Dawn, not down. Dawn. He's the secret. He sees the sharp eyes of a deer on the side. He feels the wind in all his feathers. He hears the chittering of newborn fox cubs. He cries the death cry of a rabbit caught by a wolf. He's the earthworm burrowing in the dirt. He is the mole. He's the roots of the trees and the salmon in the stream. He is the newborn helmet calf tottering its first step. He is tottering its first step. Taking is probably better. Steps. He is the old bull breathing its last. He is the stony heart of the mountains. He is the whirling eye of the storm. He is the heat of the forge. He is the first frost at dawn. Secret. 1. Yes. Yes, fine. Yes, afraid. All of that just to get to this. Jesus. Rain is alive. Okay. That's... yes. Okay. If I had the time. It's like, how many do I need? How many do I need? I need... Okay. I'd need... I'm thinking of doing something really stupid that probably won't work. I need 1. I need 2. I need 3. I need 4. I need 4. Okay. 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 Because I could maybe do them myself. Maybe. Fuck. Question is, do I know someone who can produce that kind of work that quickly? Fuck, I should have planned this out months ago. Okay. Shit, I might just have delayed this video by like several weeks. Fuck! Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. No, that one needs to come last. Okay. Okay. Yes. 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 Like, fuck it. I'm going way too far already. Fuck it. Mm. No, probably don't need to bring Lysandra up here. It's always a little stressful to write these things because I tend to get very emotionally invested in my own writing, whether or not it's good. And so, like, the heart rate goes up and shit, which is annoying. But better than being indifferent. Okay. I think that's more or less it. I think that's it. I think so. It needs editing, but like I'm sure a bunch of fucking fucked up dumb phrasings and sentences. But I think that's it. Okay. I really wanna finish the script and record it today. But I know I need to sleep at least one time before I go back and like edit it through and like trim it and maybe change some of the wording. Yeah. 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 And from there, you know. There you go. Unity herself again. The idea that Okay. Right. Sorry, I was just checking Twitter to kind of chill myself out a bit. Okay, I need a break after this. I definitely do. Especially because my back is fucking me. I should probably sit down. What time? Here. Hey. Wrong arc. Yeah, I probably need to, like, there was the bit previously in the script where I talked about how secondary characters tend to arrive with their character arcs fully finished. And I sort of just ignored that. And like, he's a supporting character, but I'm letting him finish his character arc at the battle. So, yeah, I should probably go back and like, edit that bit a bit, because, like, that doesn't really make sense in context of the script anymore. Okay. Why not let me know? Comments. I'm curious. Okay. Okay. We have most of the script done now. Unusually, I do need to write an animation segment as well. Which, I mean, maybe that will be good for it. Like, animation segments have a tendency to be, like, kind of bloated parts of the videos. Like, I really love doing them because I love the animation, but I've been sort of considering cutting them out and turning them into separate videos. Like the animation of X rather than being part of the What's the Deal video. I think I'll try recording all the other parts of the script and see how long that is. And if it's getting too long and I'm kind of annoyed by it, we'll just skip directly to the future segment. And I'll maybe do a companion video that's like the animation breakdown. Maybe something like that. I don't know. All right. In conclusion, fuck. Let's summarize this. Udyr is one of his most by which I mean he's not spectacular exactly. Cool effects, but nobody. But he's very wow in the way that, say, Soul. He isn't flashy. He's unspectacular. Because I never touched on the fucking I never touched on the fact that he's not Iceborne. I should probably go back and add that to the character design discussion. Like, talk about the whole naked in the winter thing. On the other hand, it's also like it's a drum that I've been beating for like 7 years or something at this point, and like I feel like everyone knows. Like maybe everyone's kind of like I feel like everyone's kind of tired of hearing me ramble about it. I don't know. Figure it out. Jesus, I've been writing for 2 hours? Okay, no wonder I need a fucking break. Yeah, I need a break. Okay, right. So, conclusion. Back to it. Udyr is, in my opinion, one of Riot's most unimpressively successful reworks. By which I mean, he's incredible. Together, and he is appropriately unspectacular. His base design keeps everything extremely simple because all the flash comes from his ability. His old character design started a bit more cartoony. Taken down a notch or 3. Take. It's incredible. Simple, just a twos to it, leaving all. Yeah. Fuck. The drop. Sorry. I think it gets a little loud. I think maybe I hurt someone's ears with that. I apologize for that. That was mean of me. Well, the compressor should keep it under the control, I hope. Yeah, strong. But it's the downside. His story doesn't come across. Right, well, which is I should actually double check that. Which I can do. Ha 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 ha. Because I have character animation of guy. Let's see. Yeah. Look at this shit. Look at how cool that is. That is my buddy Chibin, who's been kind enough to grab the animations from inside the game for me, because my my usual model viewer doesn't work, which is blah. So instead... But no, yeah, I'm right. Like, Lee Sin's blindfold across his... Oh. And you... But that's approach a character. He is not flashy or with being flashy or on show. Arguable, I feel like Udyr would be happy. He'd be attention, and so his design. Yeah. His writing opens. Well, I could quibble. Well, I have with it like every is blatant. And Udyr unusually even blatantly unfinished, and Udyr did not even get a new color story to go with his. I have a... I catch myself nowadays thinking a lot, but oh, for the MMO, and I wonder if which sure that which but I think it to put everything put some sort of, isn't it? But Riot had a really high. Yes, hell, they. I don't know where I'm going with that. There's some confusion in her. My sense is that there is some confusion internally at Riot right now when it comes to ownership and direction for their overarching. With it, his lore as it is written does lean MMO or future seasons. That's probably, I don't really. By which story, I mean yeah, fuck it. Again, I feel like I'm straying into something that would require like a longer video. Sorry, well, I get. Been places. Champion, it is. It's hard. I started pinning probably too many on the MMO, which is still quite far away. Yes. With the market. And with the And with the, at this point, I should be. There is an apparent total shutdown. Yeah, I mean, and then when maybe it is as slim. Ushinora. Still, we can enjoy one. We can pin our hopes on Riot Forge and the. As slim as it's ever been. The odds are it should be. Still. It's a damn good design. Still, on its there it's looking. I have the idol of... Yes. So I'm just checking through my files. Calling the A4. Effort, but nah, it's too smug. Yeah. What do I need to bring up? Right. I rarely script the outros. Those tend to be sort of more conversational. I just note down a few things I need to mention or plug, and then I just kind of go with that. Right. Well, at this point, then, yeah, the sponsorship segment will probably be Squarespace. So. So that'll be something like that. And then I think I can probably, yeah. I think I can probably get away with recycling a segment for that. It sort of depends. Like, the sponsor might want a unique one for every single video, which is, difficult because they only give me so many talking points to go from. But, okay. We'll see. Which means all that's left now is the animation segment. So this is going to be strange because, like, usually I live analyze animation, but this segment is going to be a... So, hi. Welcome to the animation segment. It's going to be a little different this time. Normally, I go and live. But I can't do that with... because his model just isn't a... viewers in as far. Instead, I am... Shabin, who is a... Okay. Well, let's just bring up... It does look nice to have, like, the proper effects and lighting and everything on the model, which I don't have in the model viewer. That is pretty cool. Let's see. Idle. Let me just... We'll start with his idle animation, because, like, he does have that weird posture with it. Although it might be worth comparing it to... Well, I was going to say it might be worth comparing it to Lee Sin, since they're sort of supposed to have trained in the same martial arts, but then on the other hand, Lee Sin's model is so old, and he never fucking stands still in it either. Like, he's constantly doing weird, vague kung fu movements. Like, Lee Sin's idle animation, this is his idle animation, is so fucking hyperactive. Like, motherfucker, would you stand still for 1 second? Oh, Lord. Like, it is a martial... Like, it is a sort of boxer. Well, it's more... It's less a martial arts stance and more of a boxing stance, really, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Let's start with the old... Liable... Udyr has an unusual... One of these because he has stances in each one. Now normally something talk about how animation is often... I mean, I guess I could do it live still, but I kind of want to try and script out. Like, since I had the opportunity, I want to try and script an animation segment, like, in the hopes that I can make it a little shorter and more concise. Something to talk about a lot is how animation is... Animation even... is a means to express. With Udyr, though, that there's a wrinkle. Stamp. Hence, he embodies them. So the boar. The rate is defined by barely contained raging tension and not predatory, it's predatorial, but fuck off, okay? It is predatory. Language. Language dumb. Let's see. Do I want to go with the ram, though, instead? Maybe that's the second one. The ram. And more impatience. Squared up one leg. Almost as though in anticipation of a sprint. Chart, you know. Angry, but he does look determined. Let's see, where's the Phoenix? There. I feel like I want to tackle the boar stance last, because that's also his base stance that's being reused. Now, keep in mind, keep looking at the animation. Is not the game his. And oh wait. Close up like this. Lana. A lot of it can read as. No way it. I feel like I should put that disclaimer on every time, honestly, because people forget that, like, animation is calibrated to look different from different angles. Phoenix stance is perhaps the most extreme of his idle pose. Is that a... body plan? Oh, actually, maybe instead of looking at the idols, we could look at each of the forms one by one. Yeah, let's actually... okay, I'm just gonna shove that down there. Circles because he has. To each of his stance. Character. Who they are, how they... world, how... With Udyr, though, there's a wrinkle, because when he channels a spirit for his stance, he embodies them, he becomes them. In a sense, becomes them. And his whole body language... So... both him and some mimicking, which so this stance is defined by barely contained raging tension and aggression. In the idle pose, you can see how the shoulder the attack. And let's start with the run, actually. The run I mean, but compare. These in mind for comparison. Big, wide. Okay, RAM. RAM is a beast. There's aggression. Too, or sense of confront. But it's What was standoff? Note those Note angling the horns. Gosh. More, I'm gonna go. Because that is different from the bear, right? Yeah. He's... giving sort of that runner is impatient. The run, then. Sure. Steps here. Sure. Moving as though to shove anything that gets in his way aside. This is my favorite thing that Shibine got me. Excellent. So you can't tell this on the recording, but but that punch animation, this one, it's 240 frames per second, which means that even though I can't really do it in this like media viewer here, in my software I'm going to be able to slow it down to like super slow motion and really sort of talk about like the way that the model breaks. Missions, copy them. Oh, the bear. Actually, maybe they do copy them. Interesting. Okay, hang on. Guess that's like the boar attack. Yeah. Copy. Hi, basic. Huge. Has just a there's a moment of coyote time. Pause. Yeah, let me just slow that one down for a sec. I'm just looking at it for myself here. So big, but his... horn. Phoenix, this. Has the most extreme. None of that trembling tension of barely suppressed. The run in... Interesting is... Because like that, I would have run, but no. But no, man. If I can decide what... Keeps a certain level of tension. It's not like a casual saunter. But the bite is definitely... It's really fun. A form, essentially, of judo chops. It hurts. And the motions feel like, right? The motion of summer. As them. Alright. To the boar and the that was Udyr's unstanced enemy. Nation that is. Yet he now he does he's running. But again, from above, but it's meant to seem from above, and also it is really no. And all it really a boxing stand. Control. And this kept completely consistent. Two, and his run. I'm scared because he's not running. What's key? Box it careful. Even when he's it all run, those arms are keeping that guard strong. And so too. Breaking the guy. This makes sense from a so guard stays. Stays up. That's right. Which makes sense since the I need to remind myself. Right. Let's see, how long is this animation segment so far? That's not too bad at all. Yeah, just 1,200 words. That's good. Okay, let's not extend it beyond that, though. I really, if I can keep the animation segment short, I'll be a happy, happy man. Ah, that's so good. Sorry, I'm just looking at the animations that I've got to work with here. I want to do all of them, but I can't. Now, oh, and well, if we got slower. Yeah, I mean, I can't really do the spontaneous laugh on this animation segment that I'd usually do when I'm looking at squash and stretch frames. But let's do a fake laugh. Well, a fake authentic laugh anyway. I'll try and do the kind of laugh that I would do naturally. That's always the part of the performance, right? Like if I'm writing a script like for a thing and I want to have like a sort of casual, lighthearted tone, I might put laughs in there. Like I might just go, that's funny. And they're all pretend laughs in a way that they aren't with with live segments. And that always feels a little weird. Like that's sort of like that feels the most like I'm trying to be an actor on here. But it's like an authentic expression of a laugh that I would have if I was trying to do this live. But it's not an authentic expression. Like I'm not, when I'm reading the script, I'm not all of a sudden overcome with the giggles. Like if I was, then I'd stop the recording and laugh, and then I'd go back to the recording and do it like properly. Yeah. See, this is a really long. It's mirror 2. See, which of course is the point. The way. Punch the anime adds elastic tension. Well, by it's well, this stays. And then in and... It's... Oh, it's... Smearson. The arm. But there. I believe there is one on the bear attack too that I might be able to show. Nope. Doesn't get caught in my 30 frames per second animation. What about the Phoenix? Surely. Animation's been... This is something was really missing in most animation has a seem a bit stiff, and frankly unfinished, especially. Much like how stuff has got stance. Where is it? Like I said, most of his stances are all about the vibe. And so it is. As a person. His laugh is a straight. Huge chest. So. Humor. And to finish it off, best fatherly slap of the knee. This, like, this animation just makes me happy to look at. Look at. His dances. Darn. It's pounds. Ba-dum-ba-da. Let's see. Trivia. I don't think anyone ever mentioned what Udyr's dance, like if it's based on anything. Yeah, no, I don't. I feel like I've seen the motions of Udyr's dance somewhere before, but I don't know where. So I don't know if it's referencing anything. Seriously. And you... Which, his laugh is straight up a Looney Tunes affair. Right. I don't think... I mean, I have more, but I feel like... Animation... Both. Ram stubbornness. Stiffness, etc. But boy, they make sure the what's that by like you wouldn't. It's a little bit. No. Sure, but I want to party with that guy. I want to party with that. Come on. Okay. Yeah. 26 pages. That seems reasonable for a script. 8,900 words. Well, it's going to be less once I take out all the notes. Like so. Like so. Like so. And like so. And like so. Okay, cool. Now we can check what the actual word count is. 8,400. Yeah. Okay. Next step. Revisions. And then, well, depending on how I feel, more revisions. I don't have that much time to do them. So like with many of my scripts, I go with a first or second draft. Oftentimes, like a first draft with edit or a second draft. If things get a little bit too out of hand or I need to revise something. But no, yeah, like the nature of being a YouTuber like this is like projects often need to be done in a week. So, I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to come back, and then we're going to do revisions from the start. Alright, let's try and finish this fucking thing. Let's go through it, bit by bit. Hello, Hilda Hamskifter. My name is Steve Scan, and League of Legends, with the benefit of over a decade of development, has a lot of rather old champions. With the benefit of Bane. Love alliteration. Of over a decade of development, has a lot of rather old champions on its roster. Many of those champions have been updated and maintained through the years, receiving visual and lore updates that have kept them current, or at least prevented them from becoming embarrassing, and some have not. Many of those champions, and some of them have not. One of my long-term complaints with Riot is that they have long had a policy of prioritizing adding new characters to the game over maintaining the roster that they already have. It's a decision that makes perfect sense on the business side, I'm sure. I'm sure it makes the line go up somewhere. I'm sure it's correct for engagement metrics. But as an artistic decision, as a decision for maintaining the quality, as a decision for the quality and maintenance of the game, it is just wrong. I don't really know how to say it with more nuance than that. There are characters in League of Legends that would feel cheap in a mid-budget PS2 game. There are champions for whom the totality of their lore and story is, I guess they exist. I guess they exist. assist. In a game with as many as 180 million monthly active users, a game that brings in around $1.5 billion in revenue every year, this is, frankly, an embarrassment. Now, creating visual updates, making new champions, and doing development work for League of Legends is not merely a matter of money. Training developers, churn, recruitment, project management. Timelines, managing churn, recruitment, publishing, a global IP. There are a lot of moving pieces beyond the obvious. Riot couldn't, even if they wanted to, simply wave the money wand today and have 10 visual updates out by July. However, over the past 10 years... On the other hand, still... However, League of has been an now, and on a time of 10 years, now, on a timescale of 10 years, it is... for the prioritizations they have clearly made. Had been a priority, by now they would have gotten done. Have been a major... content, then by now they would have gotten done. Not to prioritize the camera weapons, I think is embarrassing. And by now, they would have gotten... It would have gotten done. The fact that they have chosen not to prioritize this kind of maintenance, I think that is embarrassing. Kate of ever flashier, ever newer gym. There. I love a lot. Come up with the price. The price. Systemic. It's been a severe and systemic neglect. It's side and Hmm. When they do. So, when they give me update. Nope, it needs to be do. Do da 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 da. Ignore, fuck off. And this is a problem that goes well beyond their champion updates. Or that. Wallpaper app. Yep, is a pattern. Riot sits on a monstrous graveyard of projects that they launch. Fanfare and abandoned when the shine wore off. With the recent developments, I fear, in Legends of Runeterra, maybe. Numbers, I'm not optimistic. No, I just told you, fuck off. When they do maintenance, though, when they can be convinced to spend the resources for a proper update, their artists, animators, writers, editors, and programmers can do a hell of a good job at it. Udyr the Spiritwalker was one of the earliest champions added to the game, a peculiar mishmash of a wandering Asian monk and a Viking berserker / shaman, with a polygon count somewhere on the generous side of a Warcraft 3 unit. He has jogged around the Rift for nigh on 13 years now, Flash Bear slapping his way through the jungle and in and out of the meta without Riot ever paying much attention to his story and development. He has jogged around the... at least until a few years ago, when a major push to develop the Freljord started throwing crumbs of developments off to him as well, and culminating this year when he finally got a desperately needed update. Let's see how well it worked out. Udyr's update is a continuity project. The visual update is not remaking the character from scratch, but essentially bringing him forwards in time. His old form is not canon as scratch. It's a fairly wait, as yes, but unlike Mundo, it's once upon the olden time, and before the I still had hope in my heart. Udyr was a character all about his anger. He was a boy born as a powerful spirit walker, which is a kind of shaman. Shaman that feel the spirits of animals and nature around them and can commune with them, even take on their forms and power. Get that there. But the more powerful a spirit walker is, the more sensitive they are to the whims of nature, the more vulnerable they also become, being overwhelmed by it. Udyr is a tremendously powerful spirit walker, and thus a tremendously vulnerable one. Although he was turbocharged, feral, raging wilderness man, dominated by the rage and wildness of nature, and his narrative, thin as it was, read largely as an almost Hulk-like metaphor. More depth was added to this narrative. Originally, Udyr was guided to train in Ionia by some... and then he... Spirit Guard, more depth was added to this narrative. Originally, Udyr was guided to train in Ionia by some unnamed monk who managed to calm his anger, but in later revisions that monk became Lee Sin, who would be a consistent feature in his story. Originally, Udyr was merely overwhelmed by the spirits of his homeland because they're fierce, but in later revisions of the story, his lack of control seems to stem from deeply traumatic experiences. Lysandra is introduced as his antagonist. Story. She ordered. But becomes a spiritual. Crying out for him. A very late. Only in 2019, is his relationship to Sejuani. Udyr, it turns out, was a lover of Sejuani's mother, Kalkia, and thus he takes on the role of a father to Sejuani. Now, we don't know if he's her biological father, but it also doesn't really matter, because in the Freljord, fatherhood is not necessarily a biological relationship, but a social one. Ashe had multiple fathers, all of whom were sworn to her mother, and Udyr is thus oath father of Sejuani, regardless of their genetic relationship. And his story hasn't changed much with the update. One thing that's new is that Udyr is not merely a gifted or powerful spirit walker, but the single most powerful spirit walker to ever spirit walk the earth. But the spirit of the earth, whose birth was heralded by a blood-red moon. He's the hope of the universe, the answer, blah blah blah, legendary super shaman, yes. He did not merely unleash his powers in anger and trauma when the Frostguard slaughtered his tribe. He called upon so much spiritual magic that it brought down an entire mountain on them. Oh. What for? Let's go. How to be. The child and his fear of himself sends him back into seclusion. It is then that he meets Lee Sin. In older versions of the story, Lee Sin sort of easily deflects and dodges everything Udyr throws at him because... Look. But now, because Udyr is the super shaman, they have an epic battle to a mutual standstill. Lee Sin convinces Udyr to join, during which the two of them grow close, taking time each day to spar together and to speak of the spirits. Galston. Now he is not called by any spiritual call. Drawn by any spiritual call from his homeland, but from an understanding that to truly master himself, he needs to do it among the spirits that he most struggles with. Lee Sin gives him one of his blindfolds to remember him by. And Udyr returns to the Freljord. There he rejoins the Winter's Claw, now led by his maybe daughter Sejuani, and he works his way up to becoming her trusted spiritual advisor and surrogate father. And this is where we begin to see another new addition to Udyr as a character, his politics. Udyr believes that the Freljord is a region inherently defined by struggle, that all living things within it find their balance only in a kind of constant state of survivalism, a constant battle for existence. Thus, the goal of the Avarosans... Blasphemy, yeah. Hiccups, goddammit. He believes it will kill the spirits of the Freljord, that it goes against the inborn nature of his homeland and against the inborn nature of all true Freljordians. In this perspective, he actually aligns with Volibear, who is similarly obsessed with struggle and wildness as the only valid modes of being. Mode of being, probably a single mode. In Volibear's view, anyone who doesn't struggle to survive is weak and deserves death at the hands of those with a greater will to power and survival. Udyr doesn't go quite so far as that. Unlike Volibear, he doesn't revel in violence and death. He sees it more as conditions against which living things must struggle to find their worth. Struggle to self-act. But like Volibear, Udyr expresses a kind of political conservative primitivism. He believes in preserving the Freljord as it is, and believes that living in close with a state of nature is the proper way to be Freljordian. He believes that enacting radical social or societal change is a form of destabilizing evil. Never mind that the state of nature in Freljord is one where tribes raid and kill each other for food in the winter, where entire communities freeze and starve to death on the regular, and where the infirm, the disabled, and just those who are baseline peaceful in their lifestyles are made victims by those who are powerful, who are cruel, and who are warm. Never mind that and things. I bring this up, by the way, not as a criticism of Udyr as a character. I think it's good that League of Legends have characters whose politics I strongly disagree with. I bring it up to point out that Udyr's politics aren't fanciful fantasy fiction, but real politics held by real people in the real world. He reflects. That's part of the strength. That is a strength in his character. That is a strength in his character. Is a strength in his character writing. You can hear echoes of Udyr's political ideas in anarcho-primitivism and libertarianism, and most definitely in libertarian and conservative. Whether Riot will ever actually meaningfully explore this political dimension to his character is doubtful. Riot is a liberal corporation, and they prefer to reduce their political themes to conflicts and disagreements between individuals rather than conflicts between ideologies or conflicts within structures and systems. Which is a pity, but oh well. Which is a pity and rather boring. And when they straight-facedly pretend that Jarvan genocide camps are good, actually, the fourth is supposed to be a complex with whom one should feel sympathy. Which is a pity, and it gets tedious when they straight-face. Sympathy. Like... Don't you feel any sense of sympathy? Besides his politics, Udyr also now has the first canonical encounter ever with the... Udyr also... is a sibling god to Anivia Orn and Volibear, who gives him a blessing towards some as-yet unknown purpose. With it, he begins... With its power, he begins to feel a strange spiritual shift in the Freljord, a kind of slow death wail. List of the land. slowly killed. Udyr blames the Aberrosans. Balance, but it is pretty heavily implied that what he's actually feeling is the resurgent consciousness of the void under the howling abyss, threatening to break out and consume the world once again. This mistake from him feels set up for future storyline. Or some future story. Like maybe one where he deal or advocate. Legends or Riot Forge game, or whether they be safe for the eventual MMO, is anyone's guess. Anyway, Udyr and Lisa are boyfriends, and I can prove it to you. Anyway. In League of Legends, counting only the champions and nobody else, here is a mostly complete list of the platonic friendships and relationships between characters. Platonic friendships and relationships between... I might want to... Yeah, actually, I might want to kill the both sides thing here a little bit. Because, like, I sort of tell both dumb... And of course... Yasuo, Braum, Laon, Misfortune, Ari, and arguably Pyke all made friends with each other, and in turn made friends with Maokai. With each other, and in turn made friends with Maokai in the Ruined. If we expand the list to champions who are platonic friends with characters who aren't champions, or just all characters in the lore, I could read you this list for literal hours. So if you're thinking of posting something in my comment section on the theme of, why can't characters just be friends anymore? Why does everything always have to be... Kindly shut your trap and keep it shut. This asinine idea that queerness or queer relationships or even that romance is being forced unnaturally into either League of Legends or indeed any form of media at the cost of the sanctity of platonic friendship is, at best, irrational nonsense. It's actually, that one muddies the water. Queer. At worst, it is the impotent whining of bigots who get mad when someone dares to bring up queerness where they can see it. Anyway, Udyr and Lee Sin are boyfriends? Question mark? I've been joking about it a bit so far, but is there... Like, obviously I've been joking about it. I'm playing Void. But being serious, is there actually any real evidence more than just a... Romantic. Well, that depends on what you're willing to accept as evidence. Udyr calls Lee Sin his most beloved and worthy opponent. He calls him my spirit. He says Lee Sin helped him claim him. Himself inexplicit. Kalkia, who was also his lover. I need the exact quotes. Explicit compared to kill. Okay. He says that in sparring with Lee Sin, their spirits meld. He wears them. And he says that when they spar, their spirits meld. Is this evidence of a romantic connection to you? Is this so? Romantic connection? Or is it just a hearty, unembarrassed, masculine friendship? Some people will say it's one, some people will say it's the other. I say it's both. It's both of those things. Something which deeply frustrates me in the way we talk about romance, and I'm speaking as an aromantic person here, is the idea that romance and friendship are somehow opposites, that the existence of one must cancel out the other. If Udyr and Lee Sin are lovers, then god damn it, their friendship is destroyed, it's ruined, it's not pure anymore. That if close and intimate friends, then that friendship can only be real as long as neither of them have any romantic feelings whatsoever, and only so long as that friendship is apart somehow. Well, then friendship is. If they're lovers, well, then friendship is. Friend. And no alum. Tim. Opponent in the great game of love. Opponent. But romance and friendship are not opposites. They're complementary. They exist together. Udyr definitely expresses more than just casual friendship with Lee Sin. These two men are close. And so if you react to that by saying, well, they're only friends and seeing it as romance is distorting their relationship, then you are blind. And you are, frankly, a fool. Together. However you want to look at it. these two men are close. You know, spear. Shit. If you react with that, and if you react. Well, close and deep mute. And I think friendship is really reductive. Seeing it as either thing. Seeing it as either thing is valid, but it cannot be the other. That is a form of blind. That is a form of myopia. But yeah, I think that's. Is clearly a very. They show us an intimate emotional connection between these two men, and then they refuse. Hang on. That's from him. Seeing it as either thing. Seeing it as either thing is valid, but insisting it cannot.
Let's drop it.
Now that is a form of myopia. No. Yeah, no. That is blind. Oh, hey, Fanatic is kicking ass at Worlds. Just saw some standings. Nice. But insisting that it can only be one or the other? Frankly, that's myopic. There is a catch to this, though. No. While I think it's nice, then. Have some ship that could be that ambiguous. You should be understood. It comes with baggage. Riot Games has a bit of a history and a long tendency to engage in queer baiting and pink washing. They like to market themselves on pride. I was progressive. Yeah. They also like country. They also like to do business in countries with deeply homophobic governments. They also like that execute people for being okay. Now, one thing I against is this: that every bad thing is 10-cent made. Western cap corporations are perfectly capable. Failures without a sinister So, when Riot Games, the corp... that could be queer. Be gay, homosexual. Okay, but which is kept just vague. They need it. Yeah, I don't trust that. Yeah, no. No, obviously, we do not. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't trust that. But I think it's... whatever. We'll always feel a deep sense of it. It was meant to be. I wouldn't... corporate said no gay stuff. I will never be able to trust that the reason that's ambiguous wasn't. Yeah, no, I don't trust that. So when Riot Games, the corporation, creates a character relationship that could be queer, that could be gay, homosexual, gay, but which is kept deliberately just vague enough that they have plausible deniability when they need it, yeah, no, I don't trust that. Trust that, and again, though I actually like the I will call them boyfriends, and I will call them lovers. Not because they... Answer. Couldn't. Tonic it very much could. But because ambiguity allows too many people to pretend that they can't. Call them have to be. Not because it's moral, but because otherwise I leave. Things, and that's worse. Because otherwise, I leave space for people to pretend that they can't be those things. Because default. Udyr allows too many people to pretend that queerness doesn't exist. Fuck that. Labeled, I will call them boyfriends, and I will call them lovers, and I will think of them. So. No. Could they be friends? Yeah, sure. Right. Yeah, sure. They could. Sure. They could. Why not? Banana? Maybe. But, you know, the standard, which everything else is a deviation. Ambiguity allows too many people to pretend that queerness doesn't exist if they don't. So, yeah. So, Udyr and Lisa and a boyfriend. Yes. Udyr and Lisa, a boyfriend. And Udyr. A boyfriend. You don't gotta like it, but you do have to. I can't. You don't have to like it. Okay. A boyfriend. When League of Legends was first published in 2009, I think it's fair to say that there was no Ionia in the game. Oh, the region existed, technically, in name, but short of a half-sketched piece of concept art, it didn't actually exist in any really meaningful way, except as a label to slap on a map and as a justification to put characters inspired by Asian myths and culture into the game. Udyr's original design, thus, is a cartoonish hodgepodge. His design has no Freljordian Ionian culture to reference. It doesn't exist yet. And he doesn't have the polygon count to even attempt subtlety. He wears the bearskin cap of a stereotypical shaman or Norse berserker. He has the body of a bodybuilder, runs around on Japanese gaita clogs with a band of prayer beads around his arm, and wears a gi and hakama, I think, outfit with torn and ragged sleeves because he is a wild man. Ask someone with no idea about League of Legends lore to describe to you what kind of character old Udyr looks like, and they'd probably be kind of stumped. Stumped. But what packet, man? And but that I didn't want to figure him. Or a Norse sort of shaman. So beyond. So, how does the new Udyr design change? So, to examine, changes the first. Fine. Even though we actually 7-3 design. Because that's right, put a little ham on this one. Because people were driven to suicide. I mean, it's more than a little stressful. I Oh, shit. I forgot that I was recording there for a second. So that just left a huge... Well, I was having a short little break. So that left a little gap in the middle of the recording. I needed a snack and a drink. Okay. All over. This design. Getter clogs and emphasis. This is what we know now as Ionian aesthetics, those flowing lines. The intricate tree-inspired design on the gauntlets, the extremely conspicuous belt of prayer orbs. Even his hairstyle, with that spiky mane of long hair and a well-kept beard, echoes the general sleek elegance that Riot likes to use for Ionia. His spell effects even take on a bit more of an anime-esque vibe, pulling iconography from Dragon Ball Super Saiyans for his awakened forms. The second new Udyr sign comes from Legends of Runeterra, representing Udyr newly returned to Freljord after his stay in Ionia. Here, he adopts a simple traveling, but a tunic with... and probably the closest echo he has. Outfit and the colors more or less match. He's clearly recently shaved his head and cut his ponytail, and the giant prayer bead belt of Spirit Guard has shrunk to a much more manageable bandolier. He also retains the combat gloves from Ionia, but they're now adorned with bone amulets, presumably representing Freljord's spirit. The Freljord's spiritual traditions. His beard has also started growing wilder, and his hair has begun to exhibit the matting that will come to define it later. Where Spirit Guard Udyr represents Udyr fully immersed in the culture of Ionia, and the new base design represents him fully returned to the Freljord, this is the in-between state, mixing and matching aspects of both designs. Consequently, it's also the least strong of the group, I think, struggling to really look striking or iconic. It's his... or the cartoon. It looks like the greatest spirit walker to ever spirit walk the earth, and more like just a regular shaman. Greg from Next... Base Udyr. Udyr here has fully returned to the wildness of the Freljord, which is represented in his design in a couple of ways. First, though, the main thing about this Udyr is simplification. Old Udyr was never a complicated design, but new Udyr strips him down even further to the barest essentials. He's a shirtless man in leather pants with matted hair and some cool tattoos. This simplicity has a point. Udyr's big visual party trick is his stances and their spell effects, so the base design is kept simple, at least in part, so as not to overshadow them. It keeps the visual communication of where Udyr gets his power from extremely clear. And readable. Outside of gameplay communication, outside of gameplay communication, well, look, the oldest visual trope of the wild barbarian is nakedness. If you want to show where someone is wild and rough around the edges and uncivilized, well, making them some level dressed is it's a trope. This is a trope that has all kinds of complicated and problematic history. During colonialism, colonizers and slavers loved to use fashion as evidence that their victims were uncultured and Victims were uncultured and uncivilized. The wild man was always... nakedness because he had no culture, no industry, no refinement. Europeans who have come to civil. And this goes back on. Way to the in Rome. Tribes and it is particular to my people, Viking. There's a lot of shirtless Vikings in popular culture. The wild shirtless Viking was and is just show a visual trope employed to show that my ancestors were barbaric and uncultured, wild and sexually untamed, uncivilized and unchristian. Unchristian. It's a form of propaganda which survives in a more form in our pop. Nobody is. Nobody's running. There's Africa. Although the visual trope of the naked and uncivilized African is alive and it's a propaganda trope which survives in more. And for my money in the context of Vikings, at least, it's mostly harm. Like nobody. Gone and the Vikings are gone and the descendants are all comfortably wealthy. Vikings, yes, it's most. I will continue. It is ridiculous. Sure. I will. It is, in part, There is an... It isn't. I spawn and no making. There's no winking. Make it okay, right? Stupid, and you keep doing it. Just means you know it's dumb, but you keep doing it anyway. On the top is... As though... Hang on. Spirit God Udyr is shirtless too, but clearly he's not supposed to be an uncivil... Wild man. Yeah, and that's true. And that's true. Shirtlessness doesn't just denote uncivil. I mean, either sex, blood, or... shirtless. It's a semiotic. Semiotic tool. Character design depends on context. Spirit God Udyr is dressed in an elaborate robe with gold and pure white, and his chest is adorned with a belt of beautifully crafted prayer beads. His design draws on related to sort of pan-Asian pop cultural imaginings about martial artists and ascetic monks. He's dressed to go standing under a waterfall to meditate for 11 hours. He's dressed to fight a sudden M. The clothes he... The affect of... Even sure. He looks expensive. Base Udyr. And with his rough and simple fashion, with his matted hair, wild beard, and rough appearance, draws on the Western pop culture trope of the barbaric northern wild man and his shirtlessness. And with him takes on context, his shirtlessness takes on that pop cultural meaning. So, Legends of Runeterra Udyr retains a shirt and proper clothes, as well as well-managed hair and vestiges of his Ionian fashion, to show that he has not yet descended fully into Freljordian wildness. And Base Udyr rocks the shirtless dad bod and matted hair to show that he has... Hang on, wait a minute. Dad bod? Dad bod. This is supposed to be a dad bod? Riot certainly seems to think so. Explicitly calling him that in a development post, and this is where I have to get back up on my soapbox a second, because a dad bod specifically is the body of someone who is past their physical prime. Like, that's the whole point. It's the body of a dad. Someone who's settled down, had children, who spends more and more time napping in recliners and less time in the gym. Someone who eats more steaks and drinks more beers, and whose body is no longer young enough to just metabolize all the junk out. Udyr does not have a dad bod. Udyr has the flinty carved physique of a goddamn champion powerlifter. No, he isn't gym bro bodybuilder shredded with a 12-pack and rippling pectorals or whatever. He's Braum, but he still looks like he spends his time lifting small cars and fist-fighting bears. Boulders and fist bears. Simply the fact that he has a tummy does not make for a dad bod any more than the fact that Evelyn has a slight curve on her hips makes her thick. Seriously, stop calling characters like this thick. You're driving me insane. That's not what thick means. Anyway, Udyr doesn't have a bad bod. Anyway. Bad bod. He's fucking jacked. Besides the simplicity of a mountain wildman, Udyr's new design also does some subtle and clever storytelling. He wears a belt of Ionian beads with a braided rope reminiscent of the Ionian style over what looks like Freljordian padding and fabrics. And of course, around his left hand, he keeps Lee Sin's blindfold wrapped like a memento. Along with the feather in his hair and the necklace and the horn on his waist and the amulet around his arm, it all contributes to the sense of a fairly simple man, but a man who has a story. Like, this dude has been some places and seen some things. And it's appropriate for him, because Udyr really isn't a main character by nature. Like, the way he's written, he's dedicated... He's dedicated to serving the spirits of the Freljord and protecting and guiding his daughter. A big part of how he sees himself... and, at least this is my interpretation, a big part of how he copes guilt is by devoting his life to other people. So he plays a supporting role to Sejuani's story. He's a guiding mentor, a dad, happily supporting. Dad. The guiding mentor, and he's supporting. Like, he trauma. Oh man, I think that's partly why he's so conservative. Udyr is. I think Udyr. That constant is that his base character design is simple and zooming in and all that flat. Italian. That sense that Hisham. ties in really well with that retiring personality, with that sense that he shuns them. Right. Misery. The game, but I think it is amazingly well executed. Okay. So hi, welcome to the animation segment. It's going to be a little different this time. Normally, I go into a model viewer and live analyze the animation frame by frame, but I can't do that with Udyr because his model just isn't available in those viewers. Instead, I'm here relying on my good buddy Chibin, who is a community animator. He's made a ton of cool animation projects. His channel is linked in the description, and you should all go check him out. Check him out. His work. Yes. Anyway, Udyr has an unusually large number of animation cycles because he has variations on a lot of them corresponding to his stances. Something we talk about a lot is how animation, even incidental or idle animation, is a means to express something about a character, who they are, how they exist in the world, how they relate physically to their environment. With Udyr, though, there's a wrinkle, because when he channels a spirit for his stance, he embodies them. In a sense, he becomes them, and his whole body language changes accordingly. So Udyr's animation is designed to communicate both something about him, but almost... but especially something about the spirit characters that he's physically mimicking, which must have been a damn interesting challenge for the animators. Now, keep in mind, looking at the animations like this is not the intended perspective of the game. His posture and posing is all calibrated to read from this perspective, and rather zoomed out. Close up like this, a lot of it can read as a bit awkward or exaggerated in a way that it wouldn't from... So, keep a generous mind as we go through this. And let's start with the bear stance. This stance is defined by barely contained raging tension and aggression. Here, in the idle animation, you can see how the shoulders are up and the head is down and he's leaning forward in a sort of classical, aggressive and predatory stance. Yes. You can see the flexing of those giant claws as though anticipating bloodshed. The run animations maintain this energy. He moves a bit like an animal chasing prey, claws out and to the side and always at the ready to swipe. And keep that wide stance. Keep these wide bear stance. In mind for comparison, by the way. And keep those wide and very boar and the ram. Person, by the way, when we look at the boar and the ram later. His attack animations are appropriately violent here too, consisting of big, wide haymaker swings, emphasizing that horizontal swiping to really work. Which is Keep these wide, very open postures, the bear says, in mind, by the way. The ram is the... And there's... And this idol. Too, or at least it's not comfort. Nation. The ram, it's more of a standoff. Note those clenched fists and the shoulders kept forward, angling the big blunt horns of the form forwards. It's less a "I'm gonna kill you" posture and more a "I'm gonna go right through you" kind of posture. He's even more hunched over and leaned forward with one foot body, giving sort of the impression of a runner getting ready. Off. It has a certain impatient energy, almost like it should be scraping a hoof in the dirt and snorting for a charge. The run is where... is sort of loping and intense. The ram is a charge. He's taking huge, heavy steps. He's swinging his entire up toward those big arms and elbows to shove anything that gets in his way aside. The attack animations, to a certain extent, copy the wide swing of the bear, but where the bear is a big wide swipe. Plus, the ram comes across almost as more of a shoulder check. The move emphasizes the role of the spirit horns in delivery. The ram also has its special empowered attack, which here takes the form of a huge overhead slam. Udyr leaps into the air, has just a moment of coyote time, pausing in the air to build up tension, and then brings his entire upper body down to slam the ground. Again, the swing is big, but his arms never fully extend forward, staying bent and fairly close to his body, again emphasizing the use of the horns as the real means of delivering impact. Okay. Might have thought. There we go. Different from... No, fuck off. Again, the swing is big, but his arms never fully extend forward, staying bent and fairly close to his body, again emphasizing the use of the horns as the real means of delivering impact. Moving on to the Phoenix, this stance has the most extreme of his idle poses, with his arms fanned out wide in imitation of wings, and a hunched over stance that seems to be trying to imitate the body plan of an actual bird. His hands are open, like the bear, but there's none of that trembling tension of barely suppressed rage. His arms are steady and follow the breathing motion of the body smoothly. The run, interestingly, is different than what I might have thought. From an idle pose like that, I would have expected something like a Naruto run, but no, instead we actually get a fairly normal-looking walk cycle, mostly just maintaining that tension in the arms and keeping the ice-shard wings pointed backwards. He's markedly more upright here than either the ram or the bear, and the effect is one of a decidedly calmer mood to the animation. The tensed claw pose of his hands keeps a certain amount of tension present in his movement, and his strides are purposeful, so it's not like it's a casual saunter, but the vibe is definitely very different. The attacks are where the Phoenix gets really fun, though, because they take the form of essentially judo chops. He makes curved, slashing motions, emphasizing the arch-shot wings, and the motions feel much more precise and measured than either. Let's aim. Precision swipe. Less rampaging haymaker and more precision swipe with a blade. I don't know if imply boar or but I kind of hope it's the former. It would. Yeah. Now he does look rather funny with his head all the way down below his shoulder blade. Shoulders and that tuft of spiritual fur giving him a decidedly hunchback look. But again, it's meant to be seen from above, and all it really is an exaggerated boxing stand. And shoulders up, head low, and arms at the ready to guard against incoming attacks. His run animation especially makes that clear because he's not running. Instead, he's walking steadily forwards, keeping the guard up like a boxer carefully closing distance with an opponent. Even when he's hasted, although he breaks... Those arms are up, always up, protecting the head, keeping that guard strong. And so too with his basic attack, the guard stays up, and it's overall a much more conservative swing than the rest of the forms. No big swiping arm movements, no punch than the rest of the form. No big swinging arm movements, no haymakers or big swipes. And it makes sense. And that makes sense, since the boar by far the least offensive of the various forms. Oops. For all that the boar is a conservative stance, though, and for all that its animation doesn't seem big or... If we turn on... What would happen? Turn off the spell effects and take a slower, closer look at it. Yeah, there it is. That's the smearing we like to see. This is a really well-hidden smear, too. Looking at the animation in full speed, it's basically... which of course is the point. The way it works is that as he's rearing up to punch, the animator adds elastic tension to the blow by letting his torso move forward while the fist essentially stays behind. And then, after a moment, the fist then follows... It takes a brief little pause before the body and the fist fully snap forwards, delivering a really satisfying. At full speed, it looks perfect. Now, these smears and stretches are all over Udyr's animations, doing their job of adding pop. But the unstanced basic attack is one of the clearest and best demonstrations of how it works. This is something, by the way, that I was really missing in Belveth, whose animation had a tendency to seem a bit stiff and frankly kind of unfinished. Unfinished, especially by comparison to the Udyr. My favorites of Udyr's animations, though, have got to be his dance and laugh. Like I said, most of his stances are all about conveying the vibe or the feel of the spirit that he's channeling, and so it is in these social animations that we get our best look at Udyr as a personality. His dance, especially compared to the relative dourness of his unstanced is a burst of lively energy. He drops into a wide stance, pounds his own chest, and then sets off in this circular hop dance. Arms flam. He goes, it has a very sort of your dad in a good mood after 3 beers vibe, and you really do get the sense that the man is... Silly though. Speaking of which, his laugh is a straight-up Looney Tunes affair. It leads in with this little popcorn jump and then becomes a huge chest-forward, knees bump, enormous, joyful belly laugh. It's less a laugh, really, than it's almost a roar of mirth, with Udyr even having to catch himself within... with humor. And to finish the animation, the best touch of all, him a big fatherly slap of the knee. This animation just makes me happy to look at it. It looks like it must have been such a lot of fun to create. Udyr's animation generally does a really great job of communicating the nature of the spirits he's channeling. You get the sense of the bear's aggression, the ram's stubbornness, the boar's defensiveness, and etc. But the frivolous animations are the ones that do by far the most to endear me to Udyr's character. Like, all his other animation is all business and no pleasure, but a man who laughs and dances like that, I want to party with that guy. I mean, come on. Okay. And so now we arrive at the segment where we step outside the bounds of canon, where we look at the lines that are being drawn in the character's narrative and try to follow them to a probable or plausible conclusion. In other words, it's where I write fanfiction prompts for fun. And Udyr, well, like I said, he's very much set up as a supporting character by nature, which doesn't mean he doesn't have his own story or arc, of course, just that when considering the context around him, I don't think he reads as a primary driver of the plot, you know? Specifically, the plot of the Freljord, the region which his spiritual practice and narrative revolves around, the big... plot, specifically the plot of the Freljord, the region. The big story of the Freljord is the War of the Three Sisters, which played out the first time in the deep and mythic past when Lysandra betrayed her siblings and made a fateful bargain with the Void, and which is now playing out again in spirit with... Ash and Sejuani staying in for Avarosa and Cyrilda. Haunt Lysandra for her crimes and set right the wrongs that she once did. Committed. We've discussed how this all ends in the What's the Deal with Lysandra video, link in the card up in the corner. And I think this story, he will participate in the final standing, is protecting Sejuani as he has sworn to do. The question, though, is whether this would be the conclusion of his arc as a character. So, how... And... So... There are two major components to Udyr's character. The first being his connection to Sejuani and his oath as her father, his role as protector and father figure. Protector and father figure. But also... But it also... Dead. But it also seems to tease Sejuani as the means by which he once again finds a way to belong to a people. People. Which ties into the second component, his anger and trauma and fear of himself. Udyr was barely more than a child when Sejuani, Lysandra's, goddammit, when Lysandra's soldiers slaughtered his tribe in front of him, and he unleashed utterly powers that night. He's terrified of those powers. He's terrified. And he can unleash at who he could hurt. He's driven on the one hand by a desperate desire to never lose the ones he loves again, and on the other by a deep-seated fear that he would be the one to hurt them. Lysandra slaughtered his tribe, probably at least in part, to prevent someone like Udyr from being born. Preventing a threat. And while I don't know if Udyr knows this, I can imagine that he is haunted by more than a little getting out alive, as well as for this is why he self-exiled from Kalki. It's why he traveled to Ionia in desperate search of discipline and self-control. So, character. How do we move that towards... things towards development conclusion? Well, one way to do it is to give him a perfect triumph. He fears his Spirit Walker powers, because when fully unleashed, he can... Because he might just be the most powerful human in the Freljord, and he fears... losing the people he loves. So at the Battle of the Howling Abyss, when the Void finally breaks through its prison of true ice, and the Freljord's final apocalyptic battle is held, his first fear... his fears threaten to come true. Once again... them. Picture this. Okay. Battle. Rising. The rising watchers, the depths under the howling abyss begin to swarm. The dams have burst, and the Voidborn army that was sealed 1,000 years ago rises. Vengeful geyser. On the bridge, Sejuani sees the Avarosan front line fighting Lyssandra's Frostguard, who have now turned to rush back to their mistress's side. The Avarosans were meant to draw the Frostguard in, stretch them thin for the Winter's Claw to charge through the line. Ash's lines are in disarray, and she's vulnerable. Udyr sees a moment of anger pass over his daughter's face. As though she's considering letting Ash die on her own for leading them to all this. But it is only a moment. She looks at him, and her jaw sets, and she looks so much like Kalkia. The War Mother makes her decision. Her True Eyes flail cracks in the air, and like an arrow loosed from a bow, the Winter's Claw charges. Boars and Wild Claws, riders and raiders, iceborn and hearthbound, howling like the storm of war itself, the tribesmen chase the routing Frostguard and crash into the coming tide of monsters. Udyr calls the spirit of the lynx, but even with its quickened steps, he loses pace to bristle. He sees the back of his daughter riding ahead of him, tearing through the Voidborn before her, and his eyes strain to capture every moment of her. He's proud beyond words can express, but even as his heart swells, he feels despair grip in his throat. There are too many. He knows it. She knows it. He knows it, and she knows it, and Sejuani would never, ever lead a retreat. He rips a Voidborn out of the air as it leaps at him and throws another off the ledge, screeching, but his eyes do not leave her. He cannot bear to see her die. He cannot bear to look away. And it costs him. From outside his peripheral vision, a Voidborn launches at him and tears into his arm. He screams and crushes it into the stones, and still he cannot look away. Another beast comes flying, and he sees it too late. He tries to pivot, and then the air resonates like the thrum of a bell, and Lee Sin whirls into existence over his head and snaps it out of the air in a single graceful motion. The center. Behind them, the other Hirana monks skirmish with the beasts, weaving protective mantras around struggling warriors. For a moment, Udyr catches the scent of the grove where they used to train together. There is no fear in you that isn't of you. he says, spinning around to kick another monster away. You have mastered this, now practice it. He shoves Udyr, parting them. Roughly, parting them just as a monstrous claw comes down where they stood, and he whirls away again, disappearing into the thick of it. The other monks surge past Udyr, and for just a moment, the space around him clears. Yes, for just a moment. Stillness. He breathes. The Freljord surges into him, and he clenches his hand around his amulet, Kalkia's amulet, and reaches out. He sees Sejuani, a raging... not reaches out, looks around. He sees Sejuani, a raging, unbreakable bull. It's her heartbeat in his throat. He sees Braum shielding the fallen behind him and hears his reassuring laughter. He sees Ash raising her bow with eyes like steel, and the chill of True Eyes rips up his arms as she lets a crystal arrow fly. He sees Olaf and Tryndamere whirling through the battlefield, and their resonating rage nearly punches out his chest. He smells the Troll King. Do I want to put a joke in there, like, about Trundle? Do I? It seems funny. Like, because like it's a whole thing about like how he's going through all his senses. Because, like, I want to include Nunu and Willump as well. But, like, we have... But, like, the list is long enough. Like he sees Sejuani, he sees Braum, he sees Ash, and he sees Olaf and Tryndamere. Like, that's 4. And extending that to 5 is probably too many. Yeah, it's probably too many. Because like now we transition from like he just sees the battlefield to now he begins to see things that are beyond sight, right? Like because he's reaching out with his shamanistic senses. So he sees the sharp eyes of a deer on the mountainside far above. He feels the wind in a hawk's feathers. He hears the chittering of newborn fox cubs. He cries the death cry of a rabbit caught by a wolf. He's the earthworm burrowing in the dirt. He is the mole that hunts it. He's the roots of the trees and the salmon and the stream. He's the newborn Elnick calf taking its first step. He's the old bull breathing its last. He's the stony heart of the mountains. He's the whirling eye of the storm. He's the heat of the forge. He is the first frost at dawn. He is the secrets in the deep waters and the seed that waits for spring. He is afraid, but he is alive. He is the Freljord, and he calls. From deep within the mountains, the call of a horn shakes the earth. In the sky, dark clouds begin to swirl. Snowflakes sharpen into blades in the air, and from out of the ground, rocks and iron start to stir. From far away in the seas, there's the laughing chitter of seals. Udyr takes a step, and 1,000 Voidborn fly screaming from the bridge of the howling abyss as a flaming ram charges through their mass. He takes a step, and the warriors of the Winter's Claw feel their skin harden like iron and their spirits surge with stubborn pride. He takes a step, and a vortex of ice swirls around the Avarosans, tearing monsters to shreds while barely frosting the people. He takes a step, and from out of the skies, the Volibear roars into being and falls like thunder on the Watchers, sending them screaming into the abyss. "Oh, I knew you had it in you," the Seal Sister cheers, swirling through the air as though through water. "It's been 1,000 years since the last family reunion," and she darts off, spilling healing waters over the fallen. She laughs. Udyr smiles as she goes, and he walks towards his astonished daughter. Where she is, there is his center. And from there, you know, big battle for the Freljord plays out, blah, 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 power, friendship, and unity. Maybe Lysandra redeems herself. Again, see what's the deal with Lysandra for that story. The idea here is to give Udyr that moment of overcoming, of being able to both become the protector he couldn't be when his people died, and mastering the full extent of his power, which has haunted him his entire life. In order to really land, obviously needs a lot more setup than what I have given it. Here, we need a lot more time spent with Udyr conquering his fears through his love for Sejuani. We need more time with him spent ruminating on what balance means in the Freljord, more time spent developing the whole Seal Sister Blessing mystery. And here, I'm basically assuming that she gave him her blessing and power because she knew he was the only person who could ever bring the gods of the Freljord back together. Yeah. Yeah. They are her family, so she's basically using him as a kind of family therapist for her siblings. She's cast as a kind of trick. I feel like the apocalypse to make pissed is like appropriately chaotic. Hey, if you have another idea for how Udyr's story plays out, why not let me know in the comments? I'm curious. In conclusion, right, Udyr is, in my opinion, one of Riot's most unimpressively successful reworks, by which I mean he is incredibly well put together, and he's appropriately unspectacular. His old character design was decidedly more cartoony, has had everything taken down a notch. His base design is incredibly simple, just a shaggy dude with some tattoos when you get right down to it, leaving all the flash and spectacle to his stances and abilities. He has strong storytelling, but it's all in the details, all in the little things. The downside to that is a lot of it doesn't come across in the game very well, which is always the trade-off with a MOBA. Rel's horse and Swain's demon hand, those are extremely readable details, but Lee Sin's blindfold wrapped around Udyr's hand, And that's a detail. So subtle that you'll likely never see it. You'll likely never see it if you're not looking for it. But that's appropriate to the character. He's not really someone concerned with being flashy or on show. If he can look inconspicuous and unremarkable, I feel like Udyr would be happy with that. He'd be happy not being the center of attention. And so, this design fits him really well. As far as lore and story, well, like most League of Legends champions, Riot are putting out an absolutely delicious trail of breadcrumbs, which can go all kinds of tasty places. And like most of it, champion, it's impossible to expect that anything will actually come of it. With Riot gutting the staff and budget of Legends of Runeterra, with the comics collaboration with Marvel collapsing a few years back, and with this, and with the, at this point, pretty obvious internal confusion about ownership and maintenance of projects like Universe, yeah, I mean, we can pin our hopes on Riot Forge and the MMO, and maybe they'll let Anthony and Reynolds write more novels, but the odds of any one champion seeing satisfying resolution or movement in the story arcs are as slim as they have ever been. Still, on its own merits, looking at what is there, Udyr is a damn solid character design with some damn folks, and maybe that is good enough for now. Yeah, right. It probably needs like another pass or two, but this is basically a script which is complete, so hey, if you've sat through all, I don't know, 10 hours of this, why? Why did you do that? I don't know why you did that, but if you did, hey, congratulations. Welcome to the end of this very long script writing time-lapse, well, not really a time-lapse so much as just time video. I hope some of this was interesting to you. I don't know. Like, or maybe you just put it on to help you sleep for a while. That, I feel, is also probably valid. But yeah, I'm gonna go turn that script into a video now. Bye.